From Colt Stadium in Houston, the Colt 45's Game of the Day is on the air. This evening's game between the Colt 45s and the Cincinnati Reds is brought to you by the American Tobacco Company, makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes. For those who are particular about taste, yes, particular people take particular pleasure in the good taste of Pall Mall. Outstanding. And by the Pearl Brewing Company, brewers of Pearl beer. Better because it's brewed with famous spring water from the country of 1100 Springs and Country Club malt liquor. Not a beer or an ale, but a totally different kind of drink. It's mighty good. Well, tonight's game here getting underway in just a few moments. The Reds and the Colt 45s will wrap up our first homestand of the year. However, our road trip coming up will be a very brief one. We'll be gone just over the weekend. Tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday will be in St. Louis, and then right back here on Monday for 4 games against the Los Angeles Dodgers and 3 against the Chicago Cubs before we hit the road once again. We have a real nice night for baseball here in Houston again tonight. The temperature reading at the present time stands at 78 degrees. Humidity is 72%, and we have that strong wind again that's blowing out of the right field corner, coming across at between 15 and 20 miles an hour, blowing out toward the left side. This will wrap it up here against the Reds. The series going into tonight's game is all even up at 1 apiece. The starting pitcher for Freddie Hutchinson's Cincinnati Ball Club tonight will be left-hander Joe Nuxhall, and going for our Colt 45s, right-hander Ken Johnson. Now we'll be back with the starting lineups after this word from Pall Mall famous cigarettes.
What's a cigarette for people who are particular about taste? It's Pall Mall. Listen.
Particular people take particular pleasure in the good taste of Pall Mall. The flavors blended over, under, around, and through to bring that particular good taste to you. So get particular pleasure like particular people do in the good taste of Pall Mall.
Yes, particular people prefer the good taste of Pall Mall. Why? Because Pall Mall is a long cigarette that's long on flavor. Flavor that's blended in, over, under, around, and through the finest tobaccos money can buy.
So get particular pleasure like particular people do in the good taste of Pall Mall.
Be particular. Buy Pall Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding. From the American Tobacco Company.
Here now's the starting lineup for the Cincinnati Reds. Leading off at second base will be Pete Rose. Rose at second base. Chico Ruiz at third. Ruiz at third base. Beta Pinson in center field. Pinson in center. Frank Robinson will be in right field. Robinson in right. Darren Johnson at first base. Johnson on first. Bob Skinner in left field. Skinner in left. John Edwards, the catcher. Edwards catching. Leo Cardinals will be at shortstop. Cardinals at short. And Joe Nuxhall, a left-hander, will be on the mound. Rose at second base, Ruiz at third, Pinson in center, Robinson right, Johnson first, Skinner left, Edwards catching, Cardinals short, and Nuxhall will be on the mound. For the Colt 45s, leading off at shortstop, Eddie Casco, Casco short. Nellie Fox at second base, Fox at second. Pete Runnels at first base, Runnels first. Johnny Weekly in right field, Weekly right. Bob Aspromonte at third base, Aspromonte at third. Jimmy Wynn in left field, Wynn in left. Jim Beecham in center field, Beecham in center. Jerry Grody, the catcher. There go the Colt 45s out on the field. Grody catching, and Ken Johnson, a right-hander, will be on the mound. Casco at short, Fox at second, Runnels at first, Weekly in right, Aspromonte at third, Wynn in left, Beecham in center, Grody catching, and Johnson will be doing the pitching. Umpire-in-chief for tonight's ball game will be Augie Donatelli. Donatelli will work the plate. Stan Landis will be umpiring at first base. Mel Steiner will be at second, and Al Barlick will be the umpire at third. Ken Johnson now just coming out of the dugout back at third to start his warm-up throws. Series is all even, 1-1. Cincinnati won the first game of the series 10-5. And our Colt 45s won last night's game on our first shutout of the year, a combination job by Bob Bruce and Skinny Brown, 2-0. Here's the windup now, and the first pitch of the ball game, and Rose takes it a little bit too high for ball one. Kenny has pitched 17 and 2/3 innings so far this year, and has allowed only 13 hits. This is his third start. He has pitched one complete game. 1 ball, no strikes. There's a bunt foul off the left side. Aspromonte in close because Rose does quite a bit of bunting, and it's 1-1 now. Grody chases that one all the way back to the screen. In the 17 2/3 innings that Johnson has pitched, he has struck out 6 batters and walked 5. Kenny is 1-0 against Cincinnati this year, of course. He beat them on opening day by a score of 6-3. 1 ball, 1 strike on Rose. Here's the pitch by Johnson. There's a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Against Cincinnati the first time out, Kenny worked 8 2/3 innings, allowed 3 runs and 5 hits, walked 1 and struck out 3. Nobody out, nobody on, top of the first. Here's the pitch to Rose. Just got a piece of that one. Fouls it off the right side of the plate. Count holds at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Manager Harry Kraft has Jimmy Wynn in left field tonight. His first appearance out there. Jim Beecham is in center, and Johnny Weekly is in right. Bob Aspromonte at third, Eddie Casco at short, Nellie Fox at second, Pete Runnels at first, and Jerry Grody behind the plate. He got him. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He fooled Rose on that. He tried to check his swing, but actually he took a very slow cut at it and couldn't hold up on it. So Rose has struck out to open the ball game, and Kenny gets his first strikeout, his 7th of the year, and that will bring up the third baseman, Chico Ruiz. This little fella can really get out and go. He's a switch hitter also, hitting .324 his first year in the big leagues. He has 1 homer, 3 runs batted in. The first pitch by Johnson. Bunts one down the first base side. Look at him go. Runnels lets it go foul. That's the best defense against that one. Let it go foul. Because Ruiz had that one beaten out had Runnels made a play on it. By the time Pete could have picked it up, Ruiz would have been by him. So it's strike 1. Ruiz played his baseball at San Diego last year in the Pacific Coast League. He stole 50 bases out there last year. 1 out, nobody on, 1 strike on Ruiz, and Vada Pinson will be up next. Johnson's lifetime record against his former teammate Cincinnati is 3 victories and 7 defeats, since he has been one of the tough clubs on him during his stay in the National League. Here's the windup and the pitch on the way to Ruiz now. Big swing that time. he just about walked backwards to third after that swing. He almost lost his balance. So he has all kinds of weapons. He bunts and he swings away. 2 strikes. Here's the windup by Ken again now on the pitch. Low and inside, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dick Sisler is coaching at first for Cincinnati tonight, and Reggie Otero is over on third base. 1 out as Rose is struck out. Here's the 1-2 pitch by Johnson. There's a fly ball right field. Johnny Weekly coming on the run for it now. Slows up. He's got it, and 2 men are out. So Ruiz flies down the right field line. Another reminder here that we have a very strong wind blowing in from the right field corner again tonight. Anything hit up in the air out that way is going to be really held up by the wind. 2 outs, nobody on. Here's Vada Pinson. Pinson has hit safely in all 8 of the Cincinnati games this year. He is hitting .394. 1 home run and 5 runs batted in. Vada also bats left-handed. 2 outs, nobody on base, top of the first. Johnson, a big right-hander. Here's the pitch on the way now. And a bouncing ball fouled on the first base side. Goes into the Cincinnati dugout. Strike 1. Kenny stands 6'4", weighs 210 pounds. 30 years old. Kenny still makes his home in West Palm Beach, Florida, where he was born. Checks his sign again now. 2 outs. Rose is struck out. Ruiz is fly to right field. Pitch is outside, up around the letters, and it's 1-1 to Pinson. Kenny's been pitching professionally since 1952. And in the big league since 1958, when he first joined the Kansas City Athletics. Came up through the athletic farm system. Here's the pitch. Ball is outside. Ball 2 and strike 1 on Pinson. In 1961, Cincinnati purchased his contract from Toronto. He was farmed out at that time by Kansas City, and Ken came on to help Cincinnati win the pennant that year and made 1 appearance in the World Series. Here's the pitch. Very high and outside. So after getting a strike on Pinson, he is behind him now, 3-1. Kenny came to Houston just before we went into the National League in 1962, purchased from the Reds for $75,000. 3-1 on Pinson now. Frank Robinson will be up next if Pinson gets on. There's a swing and a long foul out of play down the left field line, so the count rolls all the way out to 3-2. In 7 years in the National and American Leagues, Kenny has won 32 games and lost 50. Ball 3 and strike 2 on Vada Pinson. Outfield deep and around the right side for him. Johnson's pitch is fouled again up in the seats. Back over the Houston dugout off third. And the count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 men out. Pete Rose went down swinging, and Ruiz flied to right field. Pinson making Ken work here in the first inning now with that 3-2 count. Kenny takes that long windup. Here's the pitch on the way, and Pinson started to go, changed his mind, high outside, ball 4. So Pinson is the first base runner tonight. That's the 6th base on balls that Johnson has given up this year. 6 walks now in 18 innings. Here's Robinson, right-handed batter, hitting .273. Robinson has 2 runs batted in. So the Reds have Pinson on first with 2 men out in the first inning. Here's the stretch now, and a look over to first base by Johnson. Robinson takes a good strike around the knees. This Cincinnati club, should Ruiz make it at third base, could well become the runningest club in the league because they have a lot of speed. Rose is pretty fast. Ruiz, Pinson, Robinson. Ball, it's inside. Cardinals. 1 ball, 1 strike count. No score. We've just started first inning. Reds have stolen 5 bases so far this year. Pinson takes his lead off first. Here's the pitch on the way to Robinson. Inside at the knees. Ball 2 and strike 1. Tomorrow night at St. Louis, we will be looking at Bob Gibson again. He beat us out here a few nights ago, and Don Notabart will be on the mound for the 45. Strike on the inside corner at the knees. So it's a 2-2 count now. I don't think Robinson is too happy about that call by Donatelli. 2 outs, Pinson has walked, and it's a 2-2 count here on Frank Robinson, a right-handed batter. Johnson has the sign again now from Jerry Grody. Outfield is deep and around the left side. The pitch is a little bit close at the knees, and it's a full 3-2. Darren Johnson due up next, should Robinson get on. And with 2 outs now, Pinson will be on his way to second base on the pitch. Arms down by Johnson. Pinson breaks to second, swinging a foul up into the seats right back of the plate. So the count holds at 3-2. Art Mahaffey has been knocked out of the box at Philadelphia in the second inning tonight. And at the end of the first inning, Pittsburgh is leading the Phillies 3-0. John Boozer replaced him in the second, and Joe Gibbon is up for the Pirates. Ball 3, 2 strikes on Robinson. Pinson back on first again now. Will be making his break. Kenny taking a little bit long here to get his sign. Now he's set. Arms down. Pinson goes to second. Robinson takes a call. Strike 3. Struck him out. Robinson was on his way to first on that one. He doesn't say anything to Donatelli, but he doesn't like it. And Robinson has been called out on strikes, and Ken gets 2 strikeouts here in the first inning. No runs and no hits. No errors. 1 was left. We go now to the bottom half of the first inning. Cincinnati nothing, and the Colt 45s are coming to bat. Bottom half of the first inning now, no score, and the 45 step up here for the first time tonight. We'll be looking at a left-hander again tonight, Joe Nuxhall. Eddie Casco will lead off. Nellie Fox and Pete Runnels will follow. The pitch by Nuxhall. There's a shot to left field. Skinner coming over for it, makes the catch on it. Well, he got a lot of wood on that one, and Skinner raced over to make the catch on it. Line shot to left, hauled in by Skinner, 1 down. Here's Nellie Fox. Nellie's the club's leading hitter. He's batting .367. Also leads in runs batted in with 6. Left-handed hitter, 1 out, nobody on, no score, bottom of the first. This is the second start for Nuxhall this year. He did not go the distance his first time out, pitching 6 2/3 innings. Pitch to Fox, and Nellie tried to bunt one, and Nuxhall blew it right by him, strike 1. In 6 2/3 innings, Nuxhall has allowed 6 hits. He has struck out 4 batters and walked 4. So Joe's ERA to start things off tonight, 9.00. 1 strike. Left-hander set again. Here's the pitch, and Fox takes a strike at the knees, and it's 0-2. 2-strike count. Casco has flied the left field. Pete Runnels will be up next, and Fox is down here to Nuxhall. 2 strikes. Nuxhall has the sign again now from John Edwards. Here's the start of the windup and the pitch on the way now, and Fox takes it low and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nuxhall is a big fella. He stands 6'3". Comes in at 230 pounds, 35 years old. Born in Hamilton, Ohio, just outside of Cincinnati, makes his home now in Fairfield, Ohio. Inside at the knees. Ball 2 and strike 2. Nuxhall had his best year for Cincinnati in 1955 when he won 17 ball games. That year he lost 12. That's the most he has won in a single major league season. 2-2 count now. 1 out, nobody on. The pitch to Fox, and Nellie lines a single right up the middle. There's a line shot right up the middle by Nellie Fox between second base and the shortstop Leo Cardinals. Pinson plays the ball back in, and there's the first hit of the ball game. That's the 7th hit off Nuxhall this year. Here's Runnels now. Pete, batting left-handed, is hitting 286. He has 3 runs batted in. 1 out and Nellie Fox on first. Bottom of the first inning. Nuxhall throws and Runnels takes it low. Ball 1. Nuxhall started pitching for Cincinnati actually when he was still in high school back in 1944. He was bombed his first time out, and then he left the Reds and went to the minor leagues and didn't come back again until 1952. There's a ball low and inside. I think Joe was something like 15 years old or something like that when he started to pitch, but he didn't get too much action at that age. Ball 2, no strikes. Runnels the batter, 1 out. Fox at first. Johnny Weekly will be up next. Not much of a lead off this left-hander at first by Fox. Here's the pitch. Runnels takes a strike on the outside corner at the knees, and it's 2-1. After Joe had been with Cincinnati for quite some time, he ran into quite a bit of trouble and became quite unpopular with the fans in Cincinnati because he was not doing too well, and they traded him away to the Kansas City Athletics in 1961. Fox breaks. There's a throw down by Edwards, and Nellie's going to be out. That appeared to be starting out as a hit and run, but ball was high and outside, and Runnels did not make any attempt to go on it. So Fox is thrown out easily by Johnny Edwards at second base, so they're 2 men out. That's the 3rd attempt at a steal for the Colt 45s this year, and the first man we've had cut down out there. Ball 4, high and outside. So Runnels has walked. 2 outs now with the runner on first. There's the first walk off Nuxhall, his 5th of the season. And now here's Johnny Weekly. Eddie Casco and Bob Aspromonte stole our first bases of the year last night. So there are 2 outs with Runnels on first. And here's Weekly, a 182 hitter, bats right-handed. He has 3 runs batted in. There's a fast strike right around the belt, strike 1. Nuxhall checks that sign again with John Edwards. Runnels edges away from the bag on first. Darren Johnson holding up against him there. There's a ball low, and it's 1-1. After Nuxhall left Kansas City, he migrated over to the Los Angeles Angels in 1962, and then ended up on the San Diego Farm Club in the Pacific Coast League for the Reds, and then was recalled, brought back up, purchased again by Cincinnati in 1962. He's been pitching real good ball ever since. Big swing and a miss by Weekly, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. So actually, Nuxhall is in his 14th year in the big leagues. He's won 109 games and has lost 98. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runnels at first, Weekly the batter. Left-hander stretches now. Here's the pitch on the way to Weekly. There's a bouncing ball back in the hole. Cardinals playing him just right, though, and goes to second base for the force on Runnels to retire the side. So Weekly bounces to the shortstop. And the flip over to Pete Rose retires Runnels, and that's all for Houston in the first. No runs on 1 hit. There were no errors. 1 man left on base. And at the end of the first inning of play, there's no score. Cincinnati nothing and Houston nothing. First baseman Darren Johnson leads off for Cincinnati, top of the second. Right-handed batter hitting 389. Johnson's first pitch outside. Johnson started to go for that pitch and held up on it, and it's ball 1. Darren Johnson has 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in for Cincinnati. And doing a real good job on first base for them. Pitch by Johnson, ground ball to third. Aspro has it. There's the long throw to first. They got him. A very hard hit ball, and Aspro had to pick that one right out of the dirt. It didn't seem to bounce at all, just skimmed right out there to him. And there's 1 down. Here's Bob Skinner, the left fielder. Skinner, a left-handed batter, is hitting 190. He has 1 home run and 3 runs batted in, and that home run came against Johnson in Cincinnati on opening day. Johnson starting his long windup now. Here's the pitch on the way to Skinner, and he taps it back to the mound trying to check his swing. There's the throw to Runnels. Got him. There was an easy out. Skinner didn't want to hit that ball. The ball hit his bat, and he bounced it right back to the hill. 2 away, and here's the catcher, John Edwards. First portion of tonight's baseball broadcast is being sent your way by the American Tobacco Company, makers of Pall Mall, famous cigarettes. Wherever you are, we hope that you'll enjoy our broadcast tonight. The Colt 45s and the Cincinnati Reds. No score here in the second. 2 outs. Here's Edwards, a left-handed batter, and Ken's first pitch is strike on the outside corner at the belt. And Edwards did not like that call, and I don't know whether he said anything to Donatelli or not, but he is very, very unhappy about it. Edwards is hitting .276. He has 3 runs batted in. Houston nothing, Cincinnati nothing. 1 strike on John Edwards. Johnson throws, swing and a miss. Now that may have been the knuckleball. Strike 2. Kenny has the 3/4 overhand motion, sidearm, and then occasionally he comes almost submarine. He's out in front of Edwards, 2 strikes. Pitch, just missed. Low inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 count. 45's pitching earned run average coming into the game tonight as a team is 3.88 after last night's shutout. There's a high foul, no play up into the seats off the left side. And the count holds at 1 ball and 2 strikes on John Edwards. Houston and Cincinnati tied in the National League as we start this battle here tonight. Here's the 1-2 pitch now, and Edwards takes it way outside for ball 2. It's 2-2. Colt 45, Cincinnati, and Milwaukee all are tied for 5th place in the National League starting play tonight. Each has won 4 and lost 4. And each is a game and a half behind the league-leading Philadelphia Phillies. Ball 2, strike 2. Here's the pitch on the way to Edwards. Swing and a miss, he struck him out, and Ken gets his 3rd strikeout. Got Rose and Robinson in the first, now gets Edwards. 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. Last of the second coming up now. The 45's nothing, the Reds nothing. Bottom half of the second inning now, and Bob Aspromonte leads off for Houston. Aspro, right-handed batter, hitting .333. 1 home run and 3 runs batted in. Left-hander Joe Nuxhall. Up for the Reds tonight. Here's the windup in the first pitch, and Aspro waves and he misses. It's strike 1. Going into play tonight, Philadelphia is leading the National League in percentage points over second place San Francisco. But actually the Giants are a half a game ahead of the Phillies in the games department. Aspro checked just in time. Low outside pitch. Started to go and held up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Baltimore leads the American League by percentage points over second place Minnesota. Actually, yes, just by percentage points because both Baltimore and Minnesota have lost tonight. There's a foul back into the screen. And this 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jimmy Wynn will be up next. And then Jim Beecham here in the bottom half of the second. No score. Left-hander Joe Nuxhall checks his sign again now with John Edwards. Jimmy Adair coaching at first. Luman Harris at third base. Here's Nuxhall's 1-2, and Aspro hits a foul through the coaching box down back at third. And the count holds at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nuxhall after that Rosenbag now. Has the sign again. Here's the windup and the pitch on the way to Aspromonte, and it's too high. So the count moves out to 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cubs beat the Mets today 5-1. Dick Ellsworth won it, and Tracy Stollard was the losing pitcher. The only home run was hit by Ron Hunt of the Mets. Here's the pitch on the way to Aspro. Very high and outside. Full count now, 3-2. Cubs 5, Mets 1, final. Mets have won 1 and lost 5 so far this year now. So it's a full count to Aspromonte, leadoff batter here in the second. And Nuxhall set again. Here's the pitch, a fastball, line drive, base hit, center field for Aspromonte. So Aspro is on with the second hit tonight, and that will bring up the left fielder Jimmy Wynn. That's the second hit off Nuxhall. Fox singled in the first. Aspromonte had his 7-game hitting string stopped last night by Joey J. and Augie Donatelli. He did not get up the last time because he was ejected. So he has started a new one here tonight with a single his first time up. Now here's Jim Wynn. He was out of action last night. Right-handed batter hitting .261. And Nuxhall's first pitch to him is a beautiful catch by Cardinals. It'll be a double play. Oh, man, there was a great one. Jimmy Wynn is lined into a double play on just a tremendous play by Leo Cardenas. Going back in the hole, he dove for it, caught the ball on the fingertips of his glove, and had plenty of time to go to first base to Darren Johnson to double up Aspromonte. Wynn was really robbed on that one. Great play by Cardenas. Here is Jim Beecham. 2 outs now. Oh, those hurt. Beecham, a right-handed batter, playing in center field tonight, hitting .300, right-handed batter. Nuxhall's first pitch is a strike up around the letters. Beecham has 1 run batted in. Pittsburgh 5, Philadelphia nothing at the end of an inning and a half. Gibbon for Pittsburgh, Mahaffey started for the Phillies, Boozer in the second. Nuxhall set again. Here's the pitch now. Big swing and a miss by Beecham and a strike 2. Pitchers have been posted at St. Louis. For Los Angeles, Don Drysdale. And for St. Louis, Ernie Broglio. Dodgers have lost 7 in a row. 2 strikes on Beecham. Nuxhall throws now, and there's a call. Strike 3 struck him out. So Beecham is called out on strikes. Nuxhall's first strikeout tonight, his 5th of the season. And that's all for Houston here in the second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. Nobody was left on at the end of 2 innings of play. Cincinnati nothing and Houston nothing. Here's the shortstop, Leo Cardenas, to lead off in the third now. Leo gets a nice hand for that great play he made on Jim Wynn's line drive in the second inning. Cardenas is hitting .357. He has 1 home run and 5 runs batted in. Joe Nuxhall will follow, and then the top of the batting order, Pete Rose. Top of the third, 0-0. Here's Johnson's first pitch now to Cardenas. A little bit too high for ball 1. San Francisco and Milwaukee are not scheduled today. Over in the American League, Washington knocked off Minnesota this afternoon, 5-4. Steve Ridzik won it, and Lee Stang was the losing pitcher. Ball 2, inside and low. Jim King had a home run for the Senators in the first with 2 on in that game. Final, Washington 5, Minnesota 4. Nobody out, nobody on base. Johnson behind here on Cardenas. 2 balls, no strikes. Ready again now. Here's the pitch. Strike up around the letters. Cardenas, it appeared, was taking all the way on that one. And it's a 2-1 count. Mentioned that Boston beat Baltimore, and that was the first of a twilight night doubleheader. Red Sox won at 3-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch now. Swinging a looper to right field. Fox is back for this one. Nelly's making the call, and he's got it, and there's 1 out. Let's pause here now for station identification. This is the Colt 45 Spaceball Network.
And KPRC 95.0 in Houston. 73 degrees at 3.5 minutes after 8 o'clock.
1 away now, and here's Nuxhall, left-handed batter. Nuxhall has not had a hit this year, as Cardenas has opened the third inning by popping out to second base. Outfield swings around the right side for Nuxhall. They're playing him to pull. There's a very high pop-up that's going to be out of play. Aspromonte over, but there's no chance. It sails up into the box seats, and it's strike 1. A year ago this time, we had a record of 3 wins and 5 defeats. We come in at 4-4 tonight, 500 ball. We're in a tie for 5th place tonight. A year ago, we were in 9th. Tonight, we are a game and a half behind the league leaders, and a year ago, we were 3 games behind. 1 strike to count on Nuxhall, left-handed batter. Kenny Wines again. Here's the pitch. And Nuxhall swings, and he misses. That may have been the knuckleball. Seemed to just sort of hang up there for a while. 2 strikes. So Johnson out in front of Nuxhall. He's wasting no time now as he comes right back in with another one. A little bit inside at the knees. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the batting order, Pete Rose will be up next. One ball and 2 strikes on the pitcher, Joe Nuxhall. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. That's the 4th for Johnson now. Here's Pete Rose, who struck out his first time at bat. 2 away. San Antonio's playing at Tulsa tonight, and Darrell Brandon will be on the mound for the San Antonio Bullets. Game just underway. Rose, a switch hitter, batting left-handed. Aspromonte into the grass again now, protecting against the bunt. First pitch to Rose. There's a roller out in front of the plate. Fair ball. Grote's up with it. Goes down to Reynolds to retire the side. Just topped that ball. And an easy play at first for Grote. That's 7 batters in a row now that Johnson's retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom half of inning number 3. Cincinnati nothing and Houston nothing. Here's Jerry Grote now to lead off for Houston here in the bottom of the third. Jerry is hitting 250. He is in his second game of the year tonight. He has 1 run batted in and a triple. Right-handed swinger. And the windup by Nuxhall. And the first pitch on the way to Grody. And there's a fly ball back into left field. It's going to be foul, though. It's going to drop in there, but in the bullpen. Well, Jerry did not straighten that one out. Had he, there would have been no chance for anyone to get to it. Jerry was on the air with Lowell before the game. We hope that you heard the interview. And he said he has never been a pull hitter. He pulled that one foul down the left field line. Strike one. Ken Johnson will be up next. Then the top of the batting order, Eddie Casco. This is a 0-0 game, bottom of the third. Houston has out-hit the Reds 2-0. Nuxhall starts his wind-up. Here's the pitch into Jerry, and Grody started to go for a high fastball. Checked his swing, 1 ball, 1 strike. Most of you fans know that Sandy Koufax hurt himself last night at St. Louis, which could be a very bad blow, of course, for the Dodgers, especially with Johnny Podres on the shelf also at the present time. Here's the pitch on the way. There's a roller to third base. Ruiz up with the ball. There's a throw to first, and they got him by a couple steps, and there's 1 down. So Grody has opened the third with a bouncing ball to third base to Ruiz, on to Darren Johnson, 1 down. And now here's the pitcher, Ken Johnson. Koufax, according to the reports we have, has elbow inflammation. And the slight muscle tear in the forearm of his pitching arm is left, and will miss a couple of turns. However, we may still see him here next week. Here's the pitch on the way now, and Johnson takes pitch over but low for ball 1. Kenny looking for his first hit of the year, right-handed batter. 1 out, nobody on, no score, 3rd inning. Joe Nuxhall and Ken Johnson, the opposing pitchers tonight. Kenny looks at a strike above the knees on the outside corner, 1-1. Claude Raymond, who has been in the hospital for the past, almost a week now, back in uniform again tonight. Took a very light workout. It'll take it easy now for the next couple days. Here's the 1-1 pitch by Nuxhall. Kenny grounds to Ruiz also, just on the edge of the grass. And the throw to Johnson on first base is in plenty of time. Ken Johnson has bounced out third to first. So the first 2 batters up here in the third have hopped out to Ruiz at third base. And here's the top of the batting order, Eddie Casco. Eddie hit the ball right on the nose his first time when he lined to left field to Bob Skinner. There have been 2 hits tonight by Nellie Fox in the first and Bob Aspromonte in the second. Casco, right-handed batter. Wind blowing out of the right field corner again tonight, right to left. Casco takes a little bit of time getting into the batter's box, but now Nuxhall is all set. Here's the first pitch on the way, and Eddie takes a high outside fastball, ball 1. Well, tomorrow night we'll be in St. Louis for the first time this year, meeting the Cardinals. Airtime will be 7:45 tomorrow night. 1-0 the count here on Casco. Fastball missed at the knees, ball 2, and it's 2-0. 2 outs as both Grody and Johnson have bounced out to third. Center fielder Vada Pinson has moved way around to the left side. There's a bouncing ball to Ruiz again, right back of the bag. And the throw is in time, low, dug out by Johnson. And all 3 assists go to the third baseman Ruiz. 3 up and 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. And at the end of 3 innings, no score here in Houston. The Reds nothing, and the Colt 45s nothing. Well, fans, next year you'll watch the Colt 45s play ball in the fabulous new domed stadium, designed with every facility to provide you with the ultimate in comfort and convenience. And now, in keeping with their continued desire to assure your maximum viewing and listening pleasure, the Colt 45s present another first, the new Colt 45s official baseball scorebook. This book contains complete scoring instructions and space for 20 games, and it, too, was designed to provide you with more enjoyment and a better understanding of every game, whether you're listening at home or watching in the stands. Now, we use it every day in our broadcasts, and I'm convinced it's the finest scorebook available anywhere. Now, if you'd like a copy, simply send your name and address, printed clearly with $1 in cash, check, or money order, to Scorebook, Post Office Box 19304, Houston. $1 with your name and address to Scorebook, Post Office Box 19304, Houston. Please send no stamps or CODs. Be sure to include your name and address, along with $1 for each book, to Scorebook, Post Office Box 19304, Houston. Now we're moving on to the 4th inning. No score in this ball game, and let's call on Lowell Pass.
Well, thank you, Gene. Hi, everybody. Chico Ruiz, the lead batter for Cincinnati, as Ken Johnson prepares for the first pitch in. On the grass, in from third base, Bob Aspromonte. This boy can put him down on the infield. The pitch, he tries a bunt, drags to the right side. Nelly's going to handle it up with it. Underhand to Runnels. He's out of there. So Nellie Fox over to Pete Runnels. We no more than had the word bunt spoken, and he was bunting it, drawing it to the right side of the infield. 4-3 on the put-out, of course. And with one down, that brings up Veda Pinson. Veda drew a base on balls his first time at bat. Outfield swung around a little deeper now to the right of straightaway on Veda. As Johnson prepares, the wind-up, the pitch swung on, looped out over short, going back for it, Eddie Casco. He's got it. A little humpback liner out to shallow left center, to deep short, you can call it, out on the grass, and Casco handled it with no trouble at all. We've got Aspromonte third with Casco short, Fox at second, and Runnels at first. Jim Wynn in left field with Jim Beecham in center and Johnny Weekly in right. Jerry Grody doing the catching chores, and Johnson ready now. Ken starts his motion, delivers, and it's outside for a ball. Frank Robinson struck out in the first inning looking. He's hitting at 2.73 to start the ball game. Right now, 2.65. Johnson ready to come down with the next one. Here it is, up tight against the hitter. Ball 2 and no strikes. So Robinson, who is well known for his power at that plate, doing a little struggling early goings, as it happens so often to many of the big leaguers or any other leagues. Pitch swung on, driven out of play, foul, high to the left, and that may clear everything. And it does. It bounces up on top of the boxes, high to the left of the press section, and on into the parking lot. Ball 2 and strike 1. No score in this ball game. We're in the fourth inning of play, the top half of it. We're ready to go again, with Johnson bringing down the new ball. Swung on, foul, a hot and slashed back of the coaching box at third. And it's ball 2 and strike 2. We've managed a couple of hits so far off the southpaw Joe Nuxall. We had singles by Nellie Fox and Bob Aspromonte. Jim Wynn had to come in and take that rebound foul off of the wire, and it would roll back out into fair territory down the left field line. Now we're ready. Johnson ready. The big wind-up, and the pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out of there. He breezed him. And that's number 5. Strikeouts for Ken Johnson. Nothing across for Cincinnati. There were no errors. And we move to the last half of the fourth inning. The score is Houston nothing, Cincinnati nothing. It's the last half of the fourth inning here at Colt Stadium in Houston. And Nellie Fox is the lead batter for the 45s. He has a single in his first time up there. Pumped it out into center field. Nellie batting at .387. Southpaw Nuxall comes down with the pitch, and it swung on, popped up out into shallow left, coming in Skinner. Bob is there. He's got it, and it's one away. Well, these put-outs very rapid here in the top of the fourth, and now the first pitch to Fox in the last half of the fourth. Pete Runnels drew a base on balls in the first inning, back up with a .286 average. Runnels has 3 runs batted in. Pete has 8 hits now on the season, 28 times up there. There's the pump, the pitch. Ball high. Joe Nuxall, as Gene told you, he started out at the age of 15, and last year had the best earned run average of any of the Cincinnati pitchers, 2.61. There's a bouncer over his head, and into center field it goes as Runnels comes up with a base hit. So Pete Runnels keeps pecking away on the base hits, gives him number 9 for the season, and we have a man aboard with Johnny Weekly, the batter. Johnny Weekly, who was born in New Orleans and now makes his home in Pittsburgh, California. A 6-footer who weighs just over 200 pounds up there. A look to first off the stretch. Nuxall's pitch swung on, foul, as Weekly gave it a pretty good swing on that first one around. I know many people are eagerly looking forward to the next big series here, beginning on Monday night. We'll talk about that very shortly. Hot dog, I can hardly wait. Ready to go. A lead at first, the pitch. Swung on, hit down to the third baseman. He hops back, takes it, throws to second for 1, down to first, double play. Well, Ruiz backed up and took that hot smash off Weekly's bat. Threw up to Rose and on over to Johnson at first for the twin killing. 5, 4, 3. So no runs with 1 hit, none left, and there were no errors. At the end of 4 innings of play, it's Houston nothing, Cincinnati nothing.
Well, another reminder that the Colt 45s have again made arrangements with Trans-Texas Airways for ticket outlet sales throughout the Great Southwest. Trans-Texas, with extended time-saving schedules now serving more than 60 cities throughout the Southwest, will make it easy for you to visit Houston for Major League Baseball. Just go to your nearest TTA ticket counter, make your flight reservations, and pick up your advanced game reservations at the same time. And here's another suggestion for information on special baseball rates. Write for the new Shamrock Hilton baseball brochure. You'll get all the information you'll need to make your visits more enjoyable in the luxury of the world-famous Shamrock Hilton Hotel. So write for your copy today. Write Baseball Director, care of the Shamrock Hilton Hotel, Houston. Yes, a great combination. Colt 45's National League Baseball, the Shamrock Hilton, and the time-saving convenience of Trans-Texas Airways.
All right, Ken Johnson gets his final warm-up throw down to the plate. Grody fires one down to Nellie Fox at second, so we're ready for batter up. Darren Johnson will step in to lead off for Cincinnati, followed by Bob Skinner and then Johnny Edwards. Outfield, deep, and a shade to the left of straightaway. And Johnson looks in for the sign. Johnson against Johnson. How about that, huh? Ken Johnson pitching and Darren Johnson batting. Here's the throw. Swung on, fouled, up and back out of play. The batter spells that name D-E-R-O-N. Darren Johnson. He's hitting .368. I'll have you know, with 7 runs batted in. So he's been red hot with that hickory, hasn't he? Ken comes down with a pitch. And there's appeared to be the knuckleball a little inside. Ball 1 and strike 1. Jerry Grody on the pregame program, he was our special guest, talking about Johnson's knuckleball and said it flutters and dances and plays in there all over the place. Here's the pitch. Swung on, foul back, and up and into the crowd. I don't know, I think, Bob, if I were a batter, I'd get me a butterfly net and step in there and just try to catch it rather than hit it. I'll take a swatter and try to swat it. Oh, it looks very easy to hit. It's just tantalizing. Comes up there. It looks perhaps like a basketball to some of them. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count to Darren Johnson leading off. No score in this ball game. Top of the 5th inning. And Ken rocks back. Sidearm, underhand. He threw the bat at it. Missed it. Strike 3. The bat was thrown at the ball, and it goes exactly halfway between the mound and first base. So Nellie and Pete Runnels came in to field the bat instead of the ball. Yeah, the game is very mixed up out there. The ball is supposed to go out there rather than the bat. Strikeout number 6 for Ken Johnson. Well, I tell you. Here's the pitch. Outside, Bob Skinner, left-hand batter, bounced out. He tried to check a swing in the 2nd inning and accidentally bounded out, pitcher to first. Ball 1 for this first pitch to him. And Johnson delivers outside. Ball 2 and no strikes. Man alive, what pitching we're seeing out here tonight. And then, of course, later on, you never know, somebody's going to score surely. And if it's the hometown team, look out for the crowd noise. Ken Johnson pumps it up, and here it comes. Pitch misses just outside. Ball 3 and no strikes with 1 out. And next up there, Johnny Edwards. 3-0 delivery is on the way, and he takes it just a little low. Ball 4. Johnson has given up his second base on balls, and it'll bring to the plate John Edwards. Catcher Edwards struck out in the 2nd inning, and he was batting at 276. Turn that around and make it 267 now. Edwards has 8 hits on the season. Here's a pitch. Swung on, driven high out into shallow center field. Very shallow. Coming in is Beecham. He's there, and he's got it for the out. Nellie Fox, along with Eddie Casco, were out on either side of him, winging him. But Beecham right down the middle, all the way in on it, and handles it for out number 2. Not a way to come in there, Jim, old boy. Leo Cardenas is the next man up. Leo popped out to Nellie Fox into shallow right. Nellie drifting way out and hauling it in with no trouble. That was in the 3rd. So here he is again. Tough little competitor, this Leo Cardenas. He has 10 hits on the season and was batting .357 to start this ball game. The pitch swung on, and oh, did he ripple on that one. The ball bounding out of the mitt, but Jerry, quick as a cat, pounced on it and spun around and dared Skinner to break for second. 0-1, strike 1 to count with 2 men out. I'll tell you one thing, that Cardenas muscled up on that one, and he was swinging all over that place out there. Pitch, and again he swung and missed. He tried to check it. That ball was a foot off the end of the bat. And Cardenas, Leo looks in amazement at the umpire. I don't know whether he was trying to hide or shield his embarrassment or putting up a complaint to the umpire. 0-2. Are you chunking in there, Ken? Johnson on the mound again, man at first. Time. Cardenas backs out of there. Said, hold it. Let me take a quick breather here. Now he's up and ready. 0-2. Johnson's underhand stuff. Swung on and missed. Got him. Strike 3. He freezed him. Strikeout number 7. And he mows down the Reds with no runs, no hits. There were no errors with 1 man left on base. Well, as we go to the last half of the 5th inning, it's Houston nothing, Cincinnati nothing. And now, here's a word from the Pearl Brewing Company.
You'll be the life of the party.
You'll be the belle of the ball.
When friends stop in, just watch 'em grin. When you tell 'em one and all, let's have a Pearl beer. Pearl's the beer that brings refreshment from the country of 1100 Springs. So, let's have a Pearl beer. Serve up that Pearl beer. Let's have a cold Pearl beer.
Pour a cold Pearl beer. Watch the pearls of life rise in the glass. Taste it. Pearl, the beer with life. Brewed with famous spring water from the country of 1100 Springs.
Let's have a cold Pearl beer.
Well, we're waiting for the leadoff batter, Bob Aspromonte, to step up there. Jim Wynn and then Jim Beecham. You know, several nice calls came in from a Colt fan club up in Chicago the other night, and if they'll just drop us a line with their correct address and number of members, we're going to send along a nice souvenir pack plus Colt auto decals. I'll tell you more about that, gang, up there, huh? His pitch. And Aspro takes big curve outside, ball 1. That's a high tide club up there in Chicago that we heard from on the long-distance call, and I want to tell you something else about that, too. Here's the pitch. Low, bouncing at the plate. Ball 2 and no strikes. Yep, you just send along the number of your membership there and give us the correct address, and we'll send that nice souvenir pack plus the decals of the Colt 45 for your automobile. Here's Nuxall rocking and pumping now. The pitch, and it's ball 3 outside. 3-0. By the way, we'd also like to hear from all the other Colt fan clubs outside of Texas and Louisiana. Just drop a line to Gene and Lowell, care of Colt 45s, Houston. His pitch. Strike call. 3 balls and 1 strike. Drop that line to Gene and Lowell, care of the Colt 45s, Houston, Texas, and tell us about yourselves. We'll be glad to hear from you. Pitch on the way. Strike call. After 3-0 behind, Nuxall hit that target right in on that strike zone. And it's a full count now. Aspromonte drove a single into center his first time at bat. Here's the pitch. Swung on foul, bouncing off Aspromonte's right side up near the shoulder. As he banged one into the dirt. Ball 3 and strike 2. Jim Wynn on deck. Matter of fact, Bob, we just like to hear from our good fans, don't we? All around the USA. Now set and ready. Nuxall peers forward, got his sign, into action the pitch, swung on, and there's one driven into right field, not too deep. Coming in for it, Frank Robinson slows down on the run. He's got it. So 1 away. No score in this ball game in case you've just dialed us in. In the last half of the 5th inning with 1 out, here is Jim Wynn. Pointing out that Wynn really rocked that baseball. A line shot that Cardenas drove to his right, backhanding it, and turned around and doubled up Aspromonte. Aspro had single in that inning. Pitch, he runs up on it but did not bunt and takes it low for ball 1. Jim Wynn, a youngster who is battling his way as a mainstay in the big leagues with the Colt 45s. They play him well around in the outfield. Here's Nuxall's delivery. Swung on and missed. Ooh, did he take a cut at that one? 1 ball and 1 strike. He was battling that one all the way. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. No score in the game. Jim Wynn hitting 2-5-0. There's a drive deep to left field, but it's curving foul, and that clears everything. Watch it, boys. Last time I saw it, it bounced over the wall beyond the clubhouse. And that must have been around 420 or 30 feet from here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nuxhall looks in there. How about straightening it out one time, Jim? Wynn back up to the plate. Nuxhall having trouble as he peers right, left, forward, punches that head forward, gets his sign. The pitch changed up high. Ball 2 and strike 2. I imagine Nuxhall was saying, I don't want to give that kid another one in that spot. He might straighten it out. Boy, I tell you one thing. If he'd hit that ball in fair territory, pitch, and that's over for a strike called. Got him looking. And so a strikeout as Wynn leaves the scene. See, that's number 2, recorded by the southpaw Nuxhall. Strikeouts. Jim Beecham. No score with 2 out, and Houston batting in the last half of the 5th inning. Well, the way it stacks up right now, this is about as good a game of pitching as you'll ever want to see, unless you happen to latch on to a double no-hitter. We've picked up 3 hits so far. Fox, Aspromonte, and Runnels. All right, pitch. Swung on, driven high back of the plate, and it'll clear the wire. 0-1. Jim Beecham has 3 hits. 2 of them have been doubles. And I was noticing a comment there by Dick Peebles in the Chronicle on the sports page about their running ability. Was it, well, it might have been Clark's. They both write up some nice things about these boys. It was Clark Nealon, that's who it was, about his great speed as he turned a single into a double the other day. The pitch, and that's high on the outside. Ball 1 and strike 1. So when this boy has the opportunity of slashing one through, and you want to keep sharp eye on him as he makes his turn at first. Might go all the way. Pitch swung on and off the end of the bat down to the right side to Rose. He makes the pickup. The throw to first, and look at him go, but he's out of there by about a stride. 4-3 as that one rolled off the right side of the infield. Second to first for the putout, and nothing across here for Houston with no errors for Cincinnati. At the end of 5 innings applied, it's Houston nothing and Cincinnati nothing. Hey, if you were a country kid, you had a swimming hole staked out somewhere, I bet you. On an extra hot day, you'd get the chores done early, and you'd probably run all the way down to that cool water. And man, how that first cool, refreshing dive would wash the dust off. You'd come up feeling like a new man, remember? Well, if you think that's all in the past, I've got news for you. Just pour yourself a frosty glass of Pearl beer, my friend. Start thinking about the country of 1100 Springs and how that pure spring water livens up every glass of Pearl. Concentrate real hard. And when you can hear one of those 1100 Springs splashing, take a long drink of Pearl. It's just like jumping in the swimming hole on a hot day in July. Remember now, a little shade and a cold glass of Pearl, and man, you've got it made. Try a 6-pack next time you head for that relaxing spot. Pearl beer. All right, here we are now, about ready for action with the Cincinnati Reds coming up in the first half of the 6th inning, and Joe Nuxhall, their pitcher, will lead off. And if you don't believe this game has been reeled off in rapid order, we start, of course, here at 7:30 on these night games, single games. And we're through 5 complete innings, over half gone, and an hour's time. We have Grody, Johnson, and Casco when we come up in the 6th inning. They have here Nuxhall, and then the lead batter, Rose and Ruiz. So about the same pattern in the batting order. Here's the pitch. And there's low inside, ball 1. Nuxhall struck out in the 3rd, and right now Johnson has 7 of those strikeouts. So, boy, he's averaging well over 1 per inning so far. The pitch, swung on, driven high and foul off that left field line, and it'll carry back up into the seats. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Ken Johnson, who came in here with 17 2/3 innings pitched, is really going to town in tonight's game. There's one dropped off the left side. Johnson makes the pickup, throw to first base just in time, and Nuxhall almost had legged that one out for a base hit. Dropped off to the left of the plate, out on the carpet, and in the territory of Ken Johnson, in front of Aspromonte, making the throw to first. So a 1-3 put out. Well, let's see how many have hit to the outfield off Ken Johnson. Ruiz has flied out, and by Jove, that's about it. Where do I see? Edwards flied to center. So 2 to the outfield. off Johnson so far in that knuckleball. Here's the pitch. Swung on, bouncing off the right side. Nellie Fox coming in, throws to first. He's out of there, and it's 2 away. So with 2 men down, and Chico Ruiz up there, left-hand batter. In this case, a switch hitter. He's flied out, as we said, to right field and grounded 4-3.
KPRC, Houston.
Play-by-play being brought to you by the Pearl Brewing Company of San Antonio. Brewers of famous Pearl beer. It's number 1. Johnson into the wind and the pitch. Outside for a ball. 1-0. 2 down, no base runners. And Vader Penson waiting. He would be next. Here's Johnson's delivery, and that's at Bobber and Weaver. It appeared from here, the knuckleball, 2 balls and no strikes. That one a little outside and high, 2-0. And Johnson ready. Around comes the arm, pitch, swung on, foul. That carries off the left field line and back up high into the seats. Ball 2 and strike 1. Chico Ruiz came on with a .324 batting average, and he's now .308. He's 0 for 2 tonight's ball game. Had 3 runs batted in, 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run. Ready to work. Johnson's pitch. Swung on again, foul. Clipped up into the crowd off to the left of the plate. Ball 2, strike 2 with 2 men out. I hope that you're all making plans to be on hand here at Colt Stadium to enjoy the great sport of baseball, and the National League style of baseball has got to be tops. Johnson brings down his pitch. Misses outside. Ball 3, strike 2. Monday now, remember, we'll be back home up against the world champion Los Angeles Dodgers. And these scrapping 45s will be tangling with a team that has blood in its eye because they've had a little tough start here this year. All right, here's the pitch on the way. And he struck him out. He got him looking. Strike 3. His 8th strikeout of the ball game. And he mows down the Reds again. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. We move to the last half of the 6th inning. It's Houston nothing, Cincinnati nothing.
Let's have a Pearl beer. Pearl's the beer that brings refreshment from the country of 1100 Springs. So let's have a cold Pearl beer.
Next time you pick up a 6-pack of Pearl, try the compact glass bottles. There's no deposit, no return, and pure glass protects that Pearl beer flavor. It's a flavor you get only in Pearl beer because it's brewed with choice grains and hops and famous spring water from the country of 1100 Springs. With only the best going for you, how can you miss? Like the song says.
Let's have a Pearl beer. Pearl's the beer that brings refreshment from the country of 1100 Springs. So let's have a cold Pearl beer.
Well, sir, back here at Colt Stadium, fans, and I can say this much. We are seeing one of the best pitching jobs ever in this old National League. Leading off is Jerry Grody, our catcher. Jerry has bounded out 3rd to 1st, his only appearance up there. A little right-hand hitter. They're playing him just about a straightaway outfield defense. A shade to the right of straightaway, perhaps now. Here's the pitch down. Jerry takes it high, ball 1. This is a scrapping young fellow, this Jerry Grody from San Antonio. And he'll battle you right on down to the last flicker of hope. Here's the next pitch, and he swings and fouls off. That was a sinker at the plate. Ball 1 and strike 1. And this Nuxall, the cagey left-hander, been around a long time, of course, and knows all the tricks. He's got a bag full of tricks in his pitches. Ready now, rocks back, 1 ball to 1 strike, and here's the pitch, and Grody takes breaking stuff inside. Ball 2 and strike 1. Ruiz, Cardinals, Rose, and Johnson. That's Darren Johnson at first. Infield, Skinner, Penson, and Robinson outfield. Edwards catching the pitch, swung on, fouled off, bounding to the left of the plate and back, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jerry Grody, a .250 hitter at the start of the ballgame, has been up just the 1 time. Not really fair to refer to averages so frequently this early in the season, is it? All right, here's the pitch. And he went around, tried to check his swing and couldn't, and struck out. So he brought in about the fastest pitch we've seen him all night, this Joe Nuxall, on that one. Well, that gives him strikeout number 3.
45 pitcher, number 40.
And here's Ken Johnson. And there you hear it. As they say, let's hear it for Ken Johnson, and they gave it out here. All right, southpaw Nuxall with the rock back and the pitch, and it's a swing and miss, as Johnson really gave a good riffle on that one. Strike 1. What do you say, Ken? Let's go out and get a run or two, boy. You can start it. Many times we've seen it start with a pitcher. Around comes the arm and the pitch. That is just outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. I hope that you have entered our Colt 45's contest. I know so many people are entering it. We're going to have loads of fun this year. The pitch, Johnson swings and pops it up. It's off to the left of the plate, back of plate. And Johnson pops out as Edwards grabs that one. 2 down. So that brings up Eddie Casco, the leadoff batter. By the way, the winners of the baseball weekend in Houston on our Colt 45 contest will travel in their own special air-conditioned Dreamliner bus, which will be supplied by Rapid Transit Lines in Houston. Now, I say that is some kind of traveling, no? Air-conditioned. All right, here's Eddie Casco, who is 0 for 2. Eddie has lined out to left field and then grounded third to first. It's a no-score ball game, last half of the 6th inning. In comes the pitch, and Casco takes breaking stuff in there for strike call. And this left-hander is keeping that ball working low around that plate right now. You see, we've had 3 putouts against us in the outfield. Here's the pitch, and he reached and missed on that one. That pitch a little outside, breaking low. Ball really snapped down, and it's 0-2, strike 2. Fox has flied out. Casco's line to left. Aspermont is flied to right. For the outfield putouts against Houston. And our outfielders have made 2 putouts, I think I recall, or have they made any? There's one driven to left field, and Skinner goes back, fading back with it. He's back near that warning path and hauled it in. So for the second time tonight, Casco has pumped one sharply into left field, but Skinner hauled it in to retire the side. No runs, no hits, and none left on. There were no errors. So, look at that quickly. At the end of 6 innings of play, it's Houston nothing and Cincinnati nothing.
If you're the kind of man who likes a simple life, an outdoor vacation with the kids and the wife, a hunting or a fishing trip, you like that kind of thing. You like the beer from the country of 1100 Springs. Let's have a Pearl beer. Pearl's the beer that brings refreshment from the country of 1100 Springs. So let's have a cold Pearl beer.
Pearl, the beer with life, brewed with famous spring water from the country of 1100 Springs.
Refreshment from the country of 1100 Springs. So let's have a cold Pearl beer.
And now once into action again, and here's Gene.
Beta Pinson swings at the first pitch off Ken Johnson and fouls it back into the screen for a strike. Pinson has walked. He is one of 2 base runners for Cincinnati tonight. He walked in the first, and Bob Skinner walked in the 5th inning. So it's 1 strike on Pinson, a left-handed batter, leading off the 7th inning, and no score in this ball game. Here's Kenny's next pitch now. There's a foul. Bounces away from Grody, and the count moves up to strike 2. Oh, we just received a long-distance call from Dallas, Georgia. Mike Hammond, one of our regular listeners over there, once again listening to the play-by-play story here in Houston this evening. Good to hear from you, Mike, and all of our fans in Georgia and throughout the South and Southwest. Here's the ball, a slow one inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Richie Allen has hit a home run for Philadelphia, his 4th of the year, in the 4th inning with 1 on. But the Pittsburgh Pirates are still leading in that game 5-2 at the end of 5 innings. Frank Robinson will be up next, and then Darren Johnson. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count on Beta Pinson. Here's the pitch. There's a line shot to Fox. He trapped the ball, goes to first base, and there's 1 down. Nellie trapped that ball right off his shoe tops and then went over to Runnels, and there's 1 away. And that will bring up the right fielder, Frank Robinson. Robinson has struck out both times he's been up tonight. And Johnson has struck out 8 batters. in this evening's ball game while walking 2. He has not given up a hit. There have been only 3 hits in the ball game, and the 45s have all of them. Here's the windup in the pitch now, and Robinson hits a long drive. Ooh, that is a long one. Way foul off the left side, and a strike 1. Ernie Fazio has just homered for Oklahoma City in the first with nobody on. But Dietz had a grand slam home run for Tacoma in the top half. Dick Drott is pitching for the 89ers tonight. 1 strike on Robinson. The pitch, there's a bouncing ball to third. Aspro right in front of the bag, goes to first, got him 2 steps, and they're 2 down. So Robinson has bounced out to Bob Aspromonte. And there are 2 away here in the 7th inning, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Darren Johnson. Houston nothing and Cincinnati nothing. Left-hander Bill McCool is starting to loosen up now for the Reds down the right field line. Here's Johnson. He's bounced to third and struck out in his first 2 times up tonight. Kenny's first pitch, a swing and a miss, strike 1. 1 strike to count. 45's pitching has held Cincinnati scoreless now for 15 innings. We shut them out last night. There's a tap foul back up against the screen. He tried to get away from a high inside pitch, and he fouled it off, strike 2. Kenny has not allowed a run in 11 innings now. 6 innings here tonight, and the tail end of the ball game against the Braves. He jammed him on that one, and he struck him out. So Johnson has pitched 7 innings of no-hit ball here tonight, as he has just struck out his 9th batter. Getting Johnson 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. That's 8 batters in a row he's retired. We go to the last half of the 7th now. Houston nothing, Cincinnati nothing. Well, we're going to have to settle down here now, get some runs. No score in this ball game. Bottom of the 7th. Here's Nellie Fox. Nell has had 1 hit tonight, a single, 1 of the 3 hits off Joe Nuxhall. And the last time up, he flied to left field. Chico Ruiz on the grass. And Nuxhall's first pitch to Fox. Fouled up in the seats down the third base side, strike 1. Kenny Johnson, through 7 innings, has not given Cincinnati a single hit. And Nuxhall has held Houston to only 3. Single by Fox in the first, single by Aspromonte in the second, and a single by Pete Runnels in the 4th. 1 strike. Here's the windup, and the pitch on the way to Nelly. There's a line shot, base hit, right center field. There's the starter. Fox has just drilled his 2nd hit into right center field. Gives him 2 for 3. That's the 4th hit off Nuxhall now, and here's Runnels. Well, Pete will probably be sacrificing here now. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Nobody out. Runnels has walked and singled in his first 2 times up. Try to get that runner down into scoring position. Ruiz close at third. Arms down now by Nuxhall. And a throw to first. Nelly gets back. No count here on Pete, a left-handed batter. Here's the stretch again by the southpaw. There's a bunt that is a foul ball just outside. It hugged the line for about 10 feet or so. Ruiz pounced upon it in a hurry, but when he picked it up, it was foul. And it's 1 strike on Runnels. So Pete, who had run that one all the way out, now returns to the plate. Fox has opened the 7th with a single to right center field. There is nobody out. Cincinnati defense set up for the sacrifice. No score in this game. Nuxhall has the sign again now from Edwards, and Ruiz again pulls in front of the bag in the grass at third. Darren Johnson holding up against Fox at first base. Pitch to Runnels. Pete missed that bunt attempt, and he's behind 2 strikes. Well, Nuxhall gave him a fastball up around the letters, and Pete couldn't come up with it, and it's 0-2 count. Johnny Weekly in the on-deck circle off the left side. He'll be up next. Houston nothing, Cincinnati nothing. Last of the 7th. Nobody out, Fox on first. A lot of pitching out here tonight. Ken Johnson and Joe Nuxhall. Here's his slow stretch now. Runnels down by 2 strikes. The pitch, swing, and a ground ball could be 2. Right through Cardenas. Fox will go to third. It's an error on Cardenas. Oh, there's a break. Just a wee little tap. But Cardinals just didn't get down on it, and it rolled between his legs to shallow left field. And Fox had no trouble rolling to third. Here's Johnny Weekly, nobody out. Fox on third, and Runnels on first. Safe on the error by the shortstop, Leo Cardenas. Time is called now as Ruiz comes out along with John Edwards to talk to Nuxhall. So Johnny Weekly will step in here now. He was safe on a fielder's choice in the first and hit into a double play in the fourth inning. Nobody out. Nellie Fox has that red handkerchief out of his pocket over there on third that he made so famous in Chicago. Now they're going to try for the appeal play at second base, trying to get the umpire at second base, Mel Steiner, to rule that Fox missed second going to third, but he does not allow it. Weekly waves that bat around. No score. The 45s are threatening. Fox on third. Runnels on first. John takes a strike on the inside corner at the knees. Ooh, he didn't like that call by Donatelli. Fans didn't either. I think this is the first scoring threat by either ball club tonight. I'm checking over my card here. Single and an error has put Houston runners on first and third. Outfield is deep for Weekly and around the left side. Infield is pulled in about halfway. There's a lob over to first by Nuxhall. Runnels was just a little bit off the bag. Ruiz deepens up back at third now. Here's the pitch on the way to Weekly. There's a ground ball to Cardenas. Here's the play to third base. They have Fox cut in the rundown now. Ruiz tags him out. The throw to third. They're going to get a double play as Runnels is out going into third. A double play on that one. There are two outs with Weekly on first. That ball was hit sharply to the shortstop Cardenas. They got Fox in the rundown on the throw to Ruiz. And then Ruiz got the ball back over to the shortstop Cardenas to complete the double play, and a very unusual double play. Two men are out now with Weekly on first. That's the third double play tonight for Cincinnati. And here now is Bob Aspromonte. Weekly safe at first on the fielder's choice. Fox out on the rundown between home and third, and Runnels out going into third base. There's a fly ball to deep left field. Skinner all the way to the warning track. He's got it to retire the side. So that ends it. There's a threat that started fast but died in a hurry. No runs on one hit. One error. One man was left on. And at the end of 7 innings of play, score Houston nothing, Cincinnati nothing.
You know, following the ball team around, we do quite a bit of traveling. And one thing you notice, especially when you travel, every city has a different tasting water. Sometimes it even makes coffee and tea taste funny. Notice that? Well, sure makes you appreciate good water. Well, that's one of the secrets of Pearl beer. It's brewed with famous spring water from the country of 1,100 springs. That's why there's nothing cloudy about Pearl's flavor. The water's so clear and clean that the taste of those fine grains and hops comes right on through. Pearl beer's got flavor you miss in other beers. Pick up a 6-pack of Pearl in handy glass bottles that cool more beer in less space. No deposit, no return. And pure glass protects that natural beer flavor. You're sure to enjoy Pearl, better beer because it's brewed with famous spring water from the country of 1,100 springs.
Well, we still have a 0-0 game now as we go into the first half of the 8th inning. And the lead batter here for Cincinnati will be Bob Skinner. He'll be followed by John Edwards and Leo Cardenas. Kenny Johnson getting a sign now from Jerry Grody. Outfield is deep and around the right side. Ken goes into his windup. Here's the pitch now, and Skinner bounces one to the right side. Runnels right back of the bag at first, makes the play unassisted. There's one down. Well, Johnson now has gone 7 1/3 innings tonight without giving up a hit. And here is the catcher, John Edwards.
John Edwards.
Left-hander Bill McCool is still in the bullpen. And left-hander Chet Nichols now is joining him down the right side for Cincinnati. Here's Edwards. He has struck out and flied out. He's 0 for 2. And Johnson's first pitch on the way. Ground ball. It is foul outside of first. Strike one. Johnson has struck out 9 and has allowed only 2 base runners, a walk to Pinson in the first and a walk in the 5th inning to Skinner. 0-0. Houston has 4 hits off of Nuxhall. 1 strike on John Edwards. Outfield, of course, deep and around the right side. Johnson throws, swinging a ground ball to Foxy. He's up with it. There's the throw to first. 2 away. So Edwards has bounced out second to first. And Johnson now has pitched 7 2/3 innings of no-hit ball tonight, and that will bring up the shortstop Leo Cardenas. That's 10 batters in a row now that Kenny is retired. At one stage tonight, he put down 11 in a row between the walk to Pinson and the walk to Skinner. Here's Cardenas, popped out and struck out, right-handed batter. 0-0, top of the 8th. Here's the pitch, ball low and outside, ball 1. The Dodgers scored 2 in the 3rd, and the Cardinals came back with 1. After 3 innings, Los Angeles 2, St. Louis 1. We'll be in St. Louis tomorrow night to battle the Cardinals. Don Notabart will be up against Bob Gibson in that one. Here's the pitch to Cardenas. There's a high infield pop-up. Kenny's out of this inning now. Eddie Casco is under the ball, and he's got it to retire the side. And Johnson has a no-hitter through 8 innings as Cardenas is popped up to short. 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We go now to the bottom of the 8th with the score Houston 0, Cincinnati 0. Well, the bottom of the 8th. This is the inning we have to get a run. No score in the ball game. Jimmy Wynn, a right-handed batter, 0 for 2. Lined to shortstop and struck out. Here's the windup by Nuxhall. The pitch on the way, and Wynn takes a high fastball, ball 1. Johnson has gone 8 innings without giving up a hit. But the 45s have not given him a run yet. This is a 0-0 game. Here's the pitch to Jim. There's a tap that's foul off the left side, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Jim Beecham will be up next, and then the catcher, Jerry Grody. 4 hits in this game. All have been singles off Nuxhall. Wynn, a right-handed batter, waits for the pitch now. Here's the fastball, and it's a called strike up around the letters, and it's 1-2. 1-2 on Jimmy Wynn. Singles in the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 7th innings off Nuxhall. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the next pitch to Wynn. There's a drive into center field. Pinson coming on for it, can't get it. Base hit. Wynn will go for 2. Here's the throw, and he made it. Beautiful job of base running by Jimmy Wynn. I'll tell you one thing about that double. Pinson played it kind of smart out there and appeared that he might possibly make the catch, but then he kind of loafed a little bit after he was picking up the ball, and Wynn took advantage of it and goes in sliding with a double. And that's the 2nd double of the year for Wynn, and here's Bob Aspromonte. That's hit number 5 off Nuxhall. So the lead man is on second. Darren Johnson on the infield grass at first. Ruiz now is having a few words with pitcher Joe Nuxhall. Wynn got a lot of mileage out of that hit, not hit too deep to center field. Actually, Pinson was shaded over at the left side. He had a long run for it. Now, before Aspro comes up, let's pause for station identification. This is the Colt 45's Baseball Network.
72 degrees at 1 minute after 9 o'clock. This is KPRC 95.0 in Houston.
Here's Jim Beecham now. I said Bob Aspromonte. Aspro ended the 7th with a fly to left. Jim Beecham, a right-handed batter. Here's the stretch by Nuxhall in the pitch. Bunt foul, and Ruiz giving it a try. Won't reach it, though. Strike 1. Beecham now trying to bunt here, trying to get down a bunt to get Wynn over to 3rd. Strike 1. Beecham struck out in the 2nd, grounded out in the 5th to second base. No score. Last of the 8th. A no-hitter for Johnson through 8 innings. And the 45's desperately trying to get him a run here in the 8th. Wynn on second, and Cardinals is holding him just as close as possible. He has opened the gap between short and third. That hole on the left side of the infield is gaping. Now Cardinals trying to fill it in by moving. Strike called. Fastball on the inside corner of the letters. 0-2 count on Beecham. Jerry Grody will be up next. A double by Jimmy Wynn to center field to open the 8th. There is nobody out. But Beecham is down to Nuxhall now with a 2-strike count. Nuxhall gets a sign again from Johnny Edwards. Cardinals again moving in behind Wynn at second base to hold him as close as possible out there. There's a fastball inside. Ball 1, strike 2 now. 1-2 count on Beecham. Wynn's double, the first extra base hit for Houston tonight. Jim waves that bat around now, and Nuxhall is back up in the rubber again. Not much of a lead by Wynn off second base. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Got him on a high curveball around the letters. So Beecham is struck out for the second time tonight, 1 away. That's the 4th strikeout for Nuxhall, and now here's Jerry Grody. Grody is 0 for 2. Bounced to third, struck out. All we need is that base hit. They're pretty hard to come by tonight. Good pitching job by both Johnson and Nuxhall. Here's Grody. He bats right-handed. 1 away now with Wynn on second base. Wynn still tied at second because Cardinals won't let him loose over there. There's a pop-up in the infield. Foul off the right side, and Johnson has a play on it. He's there, and he's got it 2 down. So Wynn, after opening with a double, Nuxhall has struck out Beecham and has fouled out Grody to first base. And now here's the pitcher, Ken Johnson. Well, it's up to Ken now if anything is going to happen here in the 8th. He has grounded to third and fouled out to the catcher. 0 for 2. 2 outs. Wynn at second. No score. Cardinals has moved back to his normal spot at shortstop now, with 2 away here and Johnson at bat. Here's the stretch by Nuxhall, the pitch, and Kenny hits a fly ball to left field. Skinner all the way back to the track, and he's got it, and it retires the side. So Johnson has flied to deep left to Skinner on the first pitch. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on, and we go now to the 9th inning with the score Houston 0 and Cincinnati 0. Say, how would you like to win an exciting expense-paid baseball weekend for 2 in Houston? You'll fly on TTA's new Radar Smooth Convair with this extended time-saving schedule throughout the great Southwest. Remember, TTA, that's the ticket to where you want to go. You'll enjoy the relaxing atmosphere at the world-famous Shamrock Hilton Hotel with its comfortable rooms, an Olympic swimming pool, and attend special parties. Simply complete the last line of the following jingle. Follow the Colts. They're on the go. The fighting team that's out to show they've got what it takes to win the game. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Now, that's all. Just fill in the last line. All local station winners will compete for an expense-paid trip for 2 to the New York World's Fair on American Airlines, America's leading airlines, route of the Astrojets. Well, a scoreless tie now as we start the 9th inning. The pitcher, Joe Nuxhall, will lead off here for Cincinnati. Then the top of the batting order, Pete Rose and Chico Ruiz. Kenny a little bit late getting out to start his warm-up throws after flying out to end the bottom half of the 8th inning.
Leading off for the Reds, the pitcher, number 41, Joe Nuxhall.
Nuxhall has been up twice tonight. He bats left-handed. He has struck out and bounced back to the mound. Outfield swings around the right side. They play Nuxhall to pull. Johnson looks in to get his sign now from Jerry Grody. Here's the windup, and the first pitch on the way to Nuxhall. It's inside above the knees, ball 1, 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes. Nobody out, nobody on base. Infield is also shifted around the right side. Here's the pitch. Fast strike called on the outside corner of the letters, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. We'll be at St. Louis tomorrow night. Broadcast time will be 7:45 tomorrow evening. Don Notabart against Bob Gibson. from St. Louis. Here's the 1-1 pitch now on the way to Nuxall. Ground ball to the shortstop, or Aspromonte cuts in front of it, goes to first base, 1 down. So Johnson retires the first man in the 9th inning. There's 8 1/3 innings in which the Reds have not picked up a hit tonight, and now here's Pete Rose, the top of the batting order. Aspromonte moved way around in front of Casco to make that play, 1 away. This is the second time tonight that Ken has retired 11 in a row. That makes it 12 right here, however. Here's the first pitch into Rose. There's a bunt out in front of the plate. Johnson's up, but he'll have to hurry, and he can't get it. The ball goes down the right field line, and Rose is on his way to second. Fox makes the pickup, and it's going to be scored as an error on the throw. The throw was right by Runnels. He had no chance to get it. And the Reds have a man on second with 1 out here in the 9th inning. There's a good bunt by Rose out in front of the plate.
Third baseman, number 15.
So Kenny's throw is bad to first base on that 2-base error. And that will bring up Chico Ruiz now. So Johnson is in trouble here with a man on second and 1 out. Ruiz has been up 3 times without a hit. He's flied out, grounded out, and struck out. Nellie Fox out talking to Ken now, giving him a little breather out there before he gets set to pitch to Ruiz. Still no score in that Boston-Baltimore second game at the end of 4. The Red Sox won the first game 3-1. Ruiz, switch batter, batting left-handed. No score, but the Reds have Rose on second here in the 9th with only 1 out. Kenny checks a sign. Aspromonte in close now on the grass at third for Ruiz. Very fast. Here's the stretch, and a look back at Rose. Takes a big lead off second base, and the pitch to Ruiz is high and outside for ball 1. Left-hander Hal Woodeschick begins to loosen up now for Houston down the left field line. 1-0 count. Johnson in trouble in the 9th inning. Here's the stretch by Ken. The pitch. There's a ground ball off Johnson's leg. Aspromonte goes to first base. They got him for the second out. Ken has been hit on the leg by a hard shot back up the middle by Ruiz. Here comes Harry Kraft and trainer Doc Ewell out to have a look at him. Kenny says he's all right, though. And on the play, Rose moves to third. Well, give Kenny an assist on that one. The relay throw by Aspromonte to Runnels for the second out. With 2 away, here's Vada Pinson now with Rose on third. Pinson has been up 3 times. He's been on base once. He walked, has popped out and grounded out. Rose on an error on the throw by Johnson, trying to get him at first, and 2 away. Here's the windup in the first pitch into Pinson. Ground ball right side. Fox, he's got it, dropped it, throw to first. It's not in time. The run scored. And Cincinnati leads 1-0 on an error by Fox. Marty Keogh now is going to run for Pinson at first base. So Pinson is safe on the error by Fox, and the run scores. And it's 1-0 Cincinnati. And here is Frank Robinson. Keogh now running at first for Pinson. Robinson 0 for 3 is struck out twice and grounded out. Here's the pitch now. There's a high pop foul off the left side. That's going to be up into the seats out of play. Aspromonte cannot get to it. An error by Johnson and an error by Fox has moved Rose around the base paths here to give Cincinnati a 1-0 lead without benefit of a base hit. 1 strike on Robinson. Right-handed batter, Keogh on first. Kenny takes a stretch again now, keeps an eye on first base, low outside pitch, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike, 1-1 count. 45's in the bottom of the 9th will send up the top of the batting order, Casco, Fox, and Runnels. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
Keogh edges away from Runnels at first base. Here's the pitch on the way. There's a fly ball back into deep left field. Wynn all the way to the wall for this one, and he got it to retire the side. Robinson gave it a ride, but Wynn was there. Well, Johnson has pitched a no-hitter through 9 innings, and he's losing the ball game, 1-0. In the ninth, 1 run scored, no hits, 2 errors, 1 man was left on. And we go now to the bottom half of the ninth inning with the score Cincinnati 1 and Houston 0. And the 45s now will have to come up with a run to keep this ball game going. Here's another reminder that the main ticket office will be open this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, from 9 to 5. So come on out to get your tickets for the upcoming series with the Los Angeles Dodgers starting on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights. And the Cubs will be in next weekend. Top of the batting order, Eddie Casco will be up to lead off the inning. Well, here's Casco now. Come on, Eddie. Let's get a couple runs here. Been up 3 times without a hit. Flied to left twice and bounced to third. Joe Nuxhall on the mound now. He's pitched a good game tonight. He's given up only 5 hits. Here's the windup and the first pitch to Casco, low and inside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Jimmy Adair is having a few words with the first base umpire, Stan Landis, down on first base about something here. Adair having words at first with Landis. Jimmy has followed him right over behind first base. Jimmy is leaving the field here. And now Harry Kraft is coming out. Kraft is coming out to see what's going on. Now Adair is going back out to first base along with Kraft. Now the two of them are talking to the first base umpire, Stan Landis. Pinson, of course, out of the ball game now as Keogh took over as a runner for him. So Keogh goes into center field to replace Pinson. 1-0 Cincinnati, bottom of the ninth. Nobody out, nobody on base. Kraft and Adair still arguing over on first base. I don't know whether Jimmy has been kicked out or what. 1 ball, no strike count on Eddie Casco. Now Adair is leaving the infield. And Kraft is walking right along with him. One to nothing, Cincinnati out in front. Kraft has signaled for Caudill to come out of the dugout. Now Deal is coming out to take over the coaching duties at first base. And Adair evidently has been kicked out by Stan Landis. I think this is the first time that Jimmy has been ejected since he's been with the ball club. So Deal takes over at first. Jimmy becomes the 5th Houston coach, manager, and player to be ejected this year. 5 ejections in 9 ball games. 1 ball, no strike count on Casco now. Joe Nuxhall gets his sign again now from John Edwards. Here's the windup and the pitch on the way to Casco. There's a strike on the outside corner at the knees, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the windup now. The pitch on the way to Eddie, and Eddie hits a ground foul by third down the left field line. 45s need a run to keep this ball game alive. Ken Johnson has pitched a no-hitter through 9 innings, but 2 errors in the top half of this inning has given Cincinnati a run. Nuxhall winds again. Here's the pitch to Casco. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Casco goes down on strikes. 1 away. That's the 5th strikeout for Nuxhall. And now here's Nellie Fox. Fox, a left-handed batter. Nellie's had 2 hits tonight, singles, and flied the left field the other time. Nuxhall has the sign again from Edwards. 1 out, bottom half of the 9th inning. Here's the first pitch to Fox, high and inside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Cincinnati 1, Houston nothing. Here's the windup in the next pitch, and Fox grounds to the shortstop Cardinals. He's up with it. There's the throw to first base. In time, Fox is out 2 away. So with 2 down, that will bring up Pete Runnels now here in the 9th inning. Well, Pete has had 1 hit tonight and 2 official times at bat and has walked once. There have been quite a few pitchers who have lost no-hitters in extra innings, but never anyone who has lost one in 9 innings. And Johnson is just 1 out away from doing that right here tonight. There's a ball. It's high. 1 ball and no strikes on Runnels. One to nothing, Cincinnati. Pete hits a foul back into the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Nuxhall goes after that Rosenbag. Nuxhall starts the windup again. Now here's the pitch on the way, and there's a foul back up in the seats off the left side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cincinnati leads it 1-0. Bottom of the 9th. 2 outs, nobody on. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Runnels. Here's the windup and the pitch on the way now, and it's high and inside, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. The last pitcher to lose a no-hitter was in 1934, Bobo Newsom. Pitched 9 innings of no-hit ball, but lost it in the 10th. Here's the 2-2 pitch now to Runnels. Ball 3. It's too high and it's 3-2. And back in 1917, there was the double no-hitter through 9 innings from the game involving Cincinnati and Chicago. Big pitch now, ball 3 and strike 2 on Runnels, and Pete rolls 1 to the right side. Johnson makes the pickup. Nuxhall covers. The ball game is over, and Cincinnati wins 1-0. Now Deal is putting up a big squawk with the first base umpire. He's called him safe, I guess now. He has. Now Hutchinson is out arguing with Landis, and Bob Lillis is going to run. That'll be an error on Darren Johnson. Now Hutchinson is squawking to Stan Landis at first base. All the Cincinnati players were just getting off the field, and now they have to go back out. This game is not over yet. And Bob Lillis is going to run for Runnels. Well, there's the second Cincinnati error of the ball game. Tying run on first with 2 outs. And here's Johnny Weekly. Hutchinson is still talking with Stan Landis over on first base, and the Cincinnati players now are moving back out to their positions. This is a real weird one tonight. The Reds lead at 1-0 in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs and Lillis at first. Ken Johnson has pitched a no-hitter through 9 innings. But the 45s trail on 2 ninth-inning errors. As we mentioned before, never in the history of baseball has a pitcher lost a 9-inning no-hitter. Pitchers who have lost no-hitters in extra innings were Earl Moore of Cleveland in 1901, Leon Ames of New York in the National League in 1909. Tom Hughes of New York in the American League in 1910. Jim Scott of the White Sox in 1914. Jim Vaughn of the Cubs in 1917. And Bobo Newsom of the Browns in 1934. Cincinnati has not had a no-hitter pitched against them since Lon Warneke of the Cardinals beat them on a no-hitter in 1941. On a quick check here. Well, Landis is halfway down the line talking to the plate umpire Augie Donatelli, and now the third base umpire Al Barlick and the second base umpire Mel Steiner are getting together at that one spot out there. With Lillis on first and 2 outs. Evidently, Hutchinson is going to protest the game. I assume that's what it is. There's the signal from Donatelli. So Hutchinson is protesting the game from this point on the call at first base. Here's Johnny Weekly. Come on, Johnny, give that ball a ride. 2 outs and Lillis on first. Weekly is 0 for 3 tonight. Here's the stretch by Nuxhall. The pitch in, and John takes a fastball inside at the belt, ball 1. Weekly hit into a double play in the 4th, safe on a fielder's choice in the 1st, and also in the 7th inning. 2 outs, last of the 9th. Reds lead 1-0. Here's the stretch by Nuxhall. Weekly fouls it back up into the seats, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Nuxhall goes after that Rosenbag now. 45s must have Lillis around. Last chance. It's up to Weekly now to keep it going. Cincinnati leads 1-0. Nuxhall back up on that rubber again now. Here's the stretch, and the pitch on the way to Weekly. Fastball high, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 count. Skinner deep in left, and Marty Keogh deep in left center field. Ball 2 and strike 1 on Johnny Weekly. Here's the stretch again by Nuxhall. Watches Lillis at first, and Weekly takes ball 3. It's high and outside, 3-1. Well, should Weekly get on, Bob Aspromonte would be up next. Going to be some more activity for the Reds now down the right field line. Here's the stretch. Ball 3, strike 1. Throw to first. Lillis gets back in time. Weekly back in there again now. Here's the stretch. Nuxhall throws to John, swing and a miss, and it's a full count of 3-2. Well, we're right down there now. 2 outs and a full count to Weekly with Lillis on first. Bob will be breaking on this pitch. Nuxhall checks the sign, goes after the Rosenbag. Reds lead at 1-0, bottom of the 9th inning. He's ready again now. Watch Lillis on first. The stretch by Nuxhall. Throw to first. Lillis just a step off. Gets back on in plenty of time. Here's the stretch again by the Cincinnati left-hander. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Weekly. Fouled it off. Just got a piece of that one. Shot it back into the screen. Lillis breaking on it. And the count holds at 3 balls, 2 strikes. Well, no matter how this game comes out tonight, it's going to be long remembered. This one will go into the record books. Here's the stretch now. Lillis takes a lead off first base. Here's that 3-2 pitch to Weekly. Call strike 3. The ball game is over, and Cincinnati wins it by a score of 1-0 as Johnson pitched a no-hitter and lost the ball game by a run. So Weekly ends it by striking out. In the 9th inning, no runs, no hits. 1 error, 1 man left on base, and the final score, Cincinnati 1 and Houston 0. Now we'll be back with the final totals after this word from Pearl.
Refreshment from the country of 1100 Springs.
1100 Springs, rushing cold and clear, give pure refreshment
to cold Pearl Beer.
Famous famous spring water from the country of 1100 springs brings out all the flavor of the premium grains and hops used in Pearl beer. Flavor you miss in other beers. Try it and see. Have a cold Pearl beer.
Let's have a Pearl beer. Pearl's a beer that brings refreshment from the country of 1100 springs. So let's have a cold Pearl beer. Pearl beer.
Now here are the totals for this evening's ball game, with the Cincinnati Reds winning it by the score of 1-0. For Cincinnati, 1 run on no hits, 2 errors with 3 men left on. And for Houston, no runs on 5 hits and 2 errors with 4 men left on base. The winning pitcher is Joe Nuxhall. He is 1-1 and lost 1 now. The losing pitcher, Ken Johnson. His record is 2 victories and 1 defeat. And the time of the ball game was 1 hour and 56 minutes. Well, that wraps it up out here tonight, with Cincinnati winning it by the score of 1-0. Tonight's game has been brought to you by the Pearl Brewing Company, brewers of Pearl beer. Better because it's brewed with famous spring water from the country of 1100 springs. And Country Club malt liquor. Not a beer or an ale, but a totally different kind of drink. It's mighty good. And by the American Tobacco Company, makers of Pall Mall famous cigarettes, for those who are particular about taste. Yes, particular people take particular pleasure in the good taste of Pall Mall. Outstanding. Now this is Gene Elston along with Lowell Pass, with a reminder to stay tuned for a recap of the game, late scores, and an interview from the players' dugout, all on the Colt 45's wrap-up show, coming your way in just 1 minute. This is the Colt 45's Baseball Network.
To the final game of the 1964 World Series of Baseball from Busch Stadium in St. Louis. This series is brought to you by Chrysler Corporation, makers of the new 1965 Plymouth, Dodge, Dodge Trucks, Chrysler, and Imperial. Today your host is Dodge. And by Gillette, maker of the incomparable Gillette stainless steel blade, the world's sharpest, easiest shaving, #1 in sales by far. And the slim adjustable razor, foamy shaving cream, Right Guard deodorant, and Sun Up aftershave. And for your listening pleasure, Chrysler Corporation and Gillette will also bring you on NBC Radio the 1965 Rose Bowl game. In this way, these companies wish to thank you for your support. A beautiful day for baseball here in St. Louis. The 7th game of the 1964 World Series. And the ball players put it best when they say, we played all season, and now today the season really opens. The Yankees, who clinched the American League pennant the day before the season ended, the Cardinals, who clinched it on the last day, now battle here in the 7th game. And it'll be Bob Gibson pitching for the Cardinals. Gibson is warming up down in the left field bullpen. And for the Yankees, Mel Stottlemyre will be the pitcher. Gibson against Stottlemyre on a perfect afternoon for baseball. The big news here at the ballpark, of course, the game itself, but Whitey Ford. Ford had a little bit of a press conference, so to speak. They finally announced that Whitey Ford has a sore arm. I talked to Dr. Gaynor, who is a team physician for the New York Yankees, and Dr. Gaynor did not seem alarmed. He said it's a condition he's had for 4 or 5 years. It's a circulatory problem, and when the series is all over, we'll sit down, go over it thoroughly, and then make a decision. So it hasn't been a heel, it hasn't been a strawberry, it's been a sore arm that's kept Whitey Ford out of the World Series as regular as we are used to seeing him. Whitey had quite a line in the clubhouse after the game when, of course, the Yankees very happy to tie it up going to the 7th game. As Whitey Ford was shaving, he looked over at Coach Jim Gleason, and he said, Jim, here it is, the final game coming up. He said, did you think it would be like this when we went to spring training down in Hollywood, Florida, about 6 years ago? Just about how long it seems the way they've been battling both these ball clubs. The gloves were very loose during batting practice. You didn't really feel a whole lot of tension. If there is any tension, they hit it pretty well. Johnny Keane of the St. Louis Cardinals, the manager, he puts it very simply. He says, we're ready. We're happy to be here. Yogi, as only Yogi can say it, he says, we're ready. We're real happy to be here. And at least we all know that we're going to go home after the game today. So that's how excited Yogi was about it. Gibson, the pitcher for the Cardinals, warming up right now, is sore all over is about the best way he explains it. He was hit with a line drive in the last game he pitched, and of course he's one of those guys who puts a lot of effort into his delivery. And if you remember in the first game that he pitched here in St. Louis, he relied heavily on a fastball, worked very quickly. In the second game at Yankee Stadium, he started off with the curveball and then went to a fastball and racked up a lot of strikeouts. He certainly is within range and probably will break Sandy Koufax's total strikeout record in World Series. Gibson has 23. 22, Koufax has 23. And if Gibson is any kind of stuff at all, you certainly expect him to strike out more than 2 or 3. Stottlemyre, the youngster with the good sinker ball, and Yogi, he is the boy that Yogi wanted to pitch all along here at Busch Stadium. The right field foul line is 310 feet. The slot is 354 in right center. Dead center field 425. Left center 379, and down the line in left field 351. So with Stottlemyre pitching, Yogi feels that he keeps that ball down, and home runs are a big factor in this ballpark, and you need that fellow who can throw the sinker ball, and Stottlemyre certainly has that. The 7th game of the 1964 World Series, Bob Gibson against Mel Stottlemyre. Now, this final World Series game is being brought to you from Busch Stadium in St. Louis.
The cars are out. The results are in. Now you can see them. Now you can make your choice of the new 1965 automobiles. One of the best choices of all. New Dodge Coronet, coming on big for 65. New Dodge Coronet. Hot new Dodge at a new lower price. How hot? Bring along your stopwatch and find out. How low priced? Bring along your Fairlane and Chevelle price lists and find out. New Dodge Coronet with big Dodge look and ride and feel. The kind of action and power that just naturally go with Dodge. How about styling? Every single Coronet line is clean, bold, beautiful. Drive new Dodge Coronet, coming on big for 65 at your Dodge dealers now.
Home runs have been a big factor throughout this series. The Cardinals won the first game 9-5. The second one was won by New York 8-3. And then the third game won by Mickey Mantle's dramatic bottom of the ninth home run, 2-1. The Yankees won that one. Fourth game, 4-3. The Cardinals won it, a grand slammer by Ken Boyer. Fifth game won by St. Louis. McCarver hit a big home run. The sixth game yesterday, it was home runs by Maris and by Mantle. 8-3 was the score. When ball players come out to a ballpark, they kind of take their own weather report. You can say what the temperature is, and you can talk about the slight breeze, but they look at the flag to see who it's going to help. And right now, she's blowing in, and it isn't going to help anybody. It'll help the pitchers, if anything, although the breeze is not that stiff. The grass in the infield is a bit high. It is not fast as the grass when you start to describe it, although the infield is hard. In the outfield, you can look for some bad hops because from the stands it looks very smooth, but there are little clumps of grass, and if the ball should happen to hit one of these clumps, it will not take a true hop. And boy, all the outfielders during batting practice were out checking that. Here are the lineups for the New York Yankees. Leading off and playing shortstop, it'll be Phil Linz. Linz at shortstop. Batting second, it'll be Bobby Richardson at second base. Richardson, second base. Batting third, Maris, Roger Maris. He'll be in center field. Batting fourth, Mantle, Mickey Mantle, in right field. Batting fifth, the catcher, Alston Howard. Howard, the catcher. Batting sixth, Joe Pepitone at first base. Pepitone, first base. Batting seventh, the left fielder, Tom Tresh. Tresh in left field. Batting eighth, it'll be Clete Boyer. Boyer, third base. And batting ninth will be the pitcher, Stottlemyre, Mel Stottlemyre. For the St. Louis Cardinals, batting first will be the center fielder, Curt Flood. Flood, center field. Batting second will be the left fielder, Lou Brock. Brock, left field. Batting third, the first baseman, Bill White. White at first base. Batting fourth, it'll be Ken Boyer, the third baseman. Boyer, third base. Batting fifth, the shortstop, Dick Groat. Groat at shortstop. Batting sixth, the catcher, Tim McCarver. McCarver, the catcher. Batting seventh will be the right fielder, Mike Shannon. Shannon, right field. And batting eighth will be the shortstop, second baseman, Maxwell, Del Maxwell, at second base. And batting ninth is the pitcher, Bob Gibson. Started to call Maxwell a shortstop and can't help but think about Julian Javier and Tony Kubek, who are out of the World Series. In fact, Kubek taking a lot of ribbon. He is sitting on the Yankee bench in his street clothes, and they're all asking him if the brown suit that he's wearing is his road uniform. Kubek replaced on the roster by young Mike Hegan. And Linz has been doing such a great job at shortstop for the Yankees, and Del Maxwell filling in for the injured Julian Javier. It's always a big disappointment for a ball player to battle as hard and as long as ball players on both these clubs have battled and not be able to appear in a World Series. The umpires are walking out towards home plate, and this is the same crew that umpired. They'll be in the exact positions, the same crew that umpired the first game with Frank Sikori behind the plate. One of the great things about the rotation, everybody has moved around. They have different positions to work, but the series going 7 games, they now all come back to the original positions, and Frank Sikori will be the umpire behind the plate. There is no tomorrow. This is it. And it'll be Bob Gibson and the Cardinal pitching staff against Mel Stottlemyre and the Yankee pitching staff. They will use everybody. Because if you don't pitch today, you'll be going next with about 92 days rest. The 7th game. But the ball players were just amazing as they took batting practice. No real sign of any pressure. They just were popping the ball on the roof. The Yankees, of course, very happy to have that short right field fence. Cardinals, this is the home park, so it was really nothing new to them. Bob Gibson continuing to throw down in the left field corner, and Stottlemyre throwing in the right field corner. Gibson throws very hard. A great fastball, slider, and a curveball. No trick pitches. Anytime he throws a change of pace, it's a little bit of under the heading of news, because he doesn't change speeds at all. If anything at all, he'll shift into a higher gear and really flip it up there. Stottlemyre, Johnny Keane made quite an observation when they asked him if the book that the Cardinals had on the Yankees, if it was as accurate as he thought it would be, or were there any surprises? And he said that Stottlemyre, they knew he was a real good sinker ball pitcher, but they didn't know that he had as good a curveball that he has. If you remember in the game that Stottlemyre pitched his last one out, he had a real good curveball and was getting a lot of strikeouts with it, as it appeared the Cardinal hitters were looking for the sinker ball. The huddle breaks up around home plate. The color guard standing in center field. The national anthem will be sung, and probably the first time in World Series history that I can remember, will be sung by the wife of a Cardinal coach now and former Redbird, Mrs. Red Shanedeans. So the national anthem will be sung by Mrs. Red Shanedeans, who is the president of the Pinch Hitters Club, to sing our national anthem on behalf of all the wives of the Cardinal players. Mrs. Red Shanedeans. Anthem.
bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies green gleam, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and of the free and the home of the
We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
With winter approaching, one name stands for reliability in heating, APCO, the American Furnace Company. Call them Mission 7 1300. KMOX, FM, St. Louis, your World Series station.
The seventh game of the 1964 World Series. Here it is, and to bring you the play-by-play, here he is, Phil Rizzuto.
Thank you, Joe. And Mrs. Shane Deans really did a beautiful job on that Star-Spangled Banner, Joe.
She sure did, Phil, and that Pinch Hitters is a group that do a lot of charitable work around St. Louis, and I know they're awfully proud of her, and she did a great job.
She really did. And out on the mound right now, Big Bob Gibson, making his third appearance in this World Series. He's pitched in 2 ball games. He has won 1 and lost 1. He's pitched a total of 18 innings, allowed 14 hits and 4 earned runs. He struck out 22, as Joe told you. Has made 1 wild pitch, and he has hit 2 batters. So the big right-hander with only 2 days rest, same way with Mel Stottlemyre, who's loosening up down in the Yankee bullpen. Both pitchers going with just 2 days rest, but every other pitcher on both teams available, with the exception of Whitey Ford. Again, as Joe told you, Whitey came up with a sore arm, and the Yankees have kept that a pretty good secret. Down the coaching line at third base, Frank Crissetti, and at first base, Jimmy Gleason for the Yankees. And this exciting 7th game of the World Series just about ready to start as Phil Linz steps into the batter's box. Linz, batting 192 on the series, has had 5 hits in 26 at-bats. Ready for the first pitch of the ball game. And it's taken, strike 1 called, and a curveball on the first pitch by Bob Gibson. On deck, Bobby Richardson. Gibson kicks, delivers a fastball right in there, strike 2 call. 2 quick strikes on the Yankee leadoff hitter, so Linz now wants to slow Gibson down a little bit, steps out, gets a little dirt. Back in the batter's box. Outfield straight away, not too deep on Linz. Here's the 2-strike pitch. Check swing foul back into the crowd. He almost got the fastball by Linz. And it looked like Phil might have been looking for a breaking pitch there. Sun shining brightly here in St. Louis. Temperature at game time in the middle 70s. Again, the 2-strike pitch. A broken bat grounded to third. Ken Boyer on the big hop. Fires to first. 1 away. As Bill White really switched positions beautifully there, taking that throw on the inside part of the bag. That'll bring up Bobby Richardson. Bobby, batting .407, has 11 hits in 27 at-bats. He has more hits than any other player on either team in this series. Needs 1 more to tie a World Series record. Gibson's first pitch, inside corner, strike 1 call. That Gibson throwing nothing but strikes. And, of course, that's a good idea. When your arm might be a little tired, don't waste too many. Back with the next pitch. A foul down the right field line, and Richardson just trying to punch that ball. Bobby, a tough man, a fool at the plate. Strikes out very seldom, gets even fewer walks because he's up there swinging. Now the two-strike pitch. Curveball, strike three. He got him. Man, I tell you, Gibson has thrown 7 pitches, all of them strikes. There are 2 away. And, Joe, you were talking about a strikeout record, and what did he do there?
He ties it.
He tied it right there.
Phil, I'm sure it's like you said a minute ago. Just go as hard as long as you can. Don't waste any because they can come in with the whole staff.
All right, Joe, here's Roger Maris batting 192. Gibson's pitch, a ground ball to second base, a big hopper to Maxwell. Over to first, and it's 3 up and 3 down for the Yankees. And at the middle of the first inning, the score is the Yankees nothing and the Cardinals nothing.
This is it. That special time of year when automotive show windows promise great new cars inside. That promise pays off for you in a big way when you step in to see the new Dodge Polara coming on big for 65. One long look tells you, here's a beautiful way to leave the low-priced field. A close-up look, and you know Polara's a big car, even before you take it out on the road. And when you do, Polara says it all. Power, Polara takes a back seat to no one. Room, stretch out. Response, Polara's all go, all young, all Dodge. New Dodge Polara, going places fast. Find out fast. Slide behind the wheel of new Dodge Polara, coming on big for 65. Drive it at your Dodge dealers.
On the mound for the New York Yankees, Mel Stottlemyre. Mel, in his 3rd ball game, he's pitched a total of 16 innings, given up 13 hits and 4 earned runs. He has not allowed any homers, has walked 4 and struck out 10. And the first batter for the Cardinals, Curt Flood, hitting .240, 6 for 25. Coaching at 3rd, Vern Benson for the Cardinals, and at first, Joe Schultz. Boyer moves into 3rd base, right hand hitting Curt Flood. As Stottlemyre delivers his first pitch, and it's taken low, ball 1. That's the first ball of the ball game. That Gibson threw nothing but strikes in the first inning. Yankee outfield straight away on Flood. Next pitch, low, ball 2. Elston Howard rubbing up the ball now, walking out towards the mound before firing it back to Stottlemyre. On deck, Lou Brock. No ball game could be bigger than this one. Every pitch means so much. The 2-0 delivery, taken, strike 1 call. 2 balls and a strike. No score. We're in the bottom of the first inning here at St. Louis, Missouri. Couldn't ask for better weather for this final game. Stottlemyre's next pitch, swing, ground ball, foul, just outside of first. And Curt Flood just missed coming up with an extra base hit on an inside fastball. Swinging late, just bounced one outside the bag. Waiting now as the ball is being thrown in from the outfield. Mel Stottlemyre in his first year in the big leagues, a lot of poise, a lot of confidence out on the mound. Gets the sign from Elston Howard. Here's his 2-2 delivery, a curve outside, and it's a full count, 3-2. Cardinals with a very dangerous 1-2 punch. Flood and Brock. Here's the payoff pitch. Swing and another foul down the right field line. This one back into the crowd, out of play. Frank Sikori, plate umpire, dusting off home plate. Boyer has moved back at 3rd base with a full count on Curt Flood. Again, the pitch. Ground ball, high hopper. Boyer backs up, grabs it one-handed. The long throw. Just in time on a long stretch by Pepitone, and it's 1 out. You cannot hold that ball even a fraction of a second longer than you have to with these Cardinal runners. And here is Lou Brock. Brock hitting .269, 7 for 26.
See how loose this kid was. He was making jokes. He gave Peppertone a message to give Stottlemyre, Phil.
The first pitch, he bunts. Close to the mound. Oh, Stottlemyre up, throws to first. They just did get him. Any place but back to the pitcher, he'd had a base hit.
He told Peppertone, he says, ask Stottlemyre if he knows today's weather forecast. And he said, what is it? He said, early shower.
Oh, pretty clever. All right, here is Bill White, who has had a rough series, but the Cardinal fans are behind him. He has had just one hit in 23 at-bats, batting 0-4-3. And if anybody is due in this series, it is Bill White. 2 out, nobody on. The pitch to White is a curve high, ball 1. No score in the bottom of the first inning. The wind a very little factor in today's ball game. Left hand hitting Bill White. Ready, the curve is hit to straightaway center field, way back. That one is over Maris's head off the center field wall. And White is going into second base with a stand-up double. And, Joe, that has to be one of the hardest hit balls in this series.
It didn't get up or down. It just got out there. Maris didn't have a chance, and he played that carom perfectly. And White, I tell you one thing about him, he hasn't been getting a base hit, but he's been swinging, Phil.
He certainly has, Joe. And that ball took one short hop and hit the straightaway center field wall 425 feet away. A double for White. And here is Kenny Boyer. Boyer hitting .130 is 3 for 23 in this series. Cardinals have the first base runner of the 7th game of the World Series on at second base with 2 out in the bottom of the first inning. Stottlemyre pitching from a stretch position now to Kenny Boyer. He sets. His pitch is a curve in there, strike 1 call. On deck, Dick Grote. Boyer stands deep in that box, waves the bat around. Fastball is in there, strike 2 call. You know, you got to get used to these umpires, Joe. They're real good, but some of them wait just a little longer to give the sign.
I think Frank Sicori patterned himself after the late and great Larry Getz. He was deliberate right on top of it and was really absolutely sure.
I think it's great. Because you don't want to make any snap judgments that might cost a ball game. All right, ready now for the 2-strike pitch. He checked his swing on a low outside curve. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Stottlemyre almost got him fishing for that curveball. Bill White out at second base with 2 out. The young right-hander looks in for the sign. Glove on his knee, ball in back of him. Now he stretches. Delivers a curve, strike 3. Got him on a good curveball. Nothing across for the Cardinals. And at the end of the first inning, the score, the Yankees nothing and the Cardinals nothing.
Something big has happened in the automotive world. If you know cars, you know what I mean. The introduction of a great new series of automobiles from Dodge, all coming on big for 65. Take new Dodge Dart. We call it a compact. Coming from Dodge, that's saying plenty. You see, Dart's the Dodge-size compact. More space, more spunk, less spending. New Dodge Coronet. Hot new Dodge at a new lower price. How much lower? Considering Coronet's big size, you're in for a big surprise. New Dodge Polara. The big one from Dodge. Big and beautiful. Big and brawny. All new, all Dodge with Power Plus. Luxury. See them all. New from Dodge. Coming on big for 65 at your Dodge dealers now.
Mickey Mantle to lead it off for the Yankees. Here in the top of the second of the scoreless ball game, Bob Gibson threw only 6 warm-up pitches that time. He's saving his arm. First pitch to Mickey, a curve, a little low, ball 1. First ball that Gibson has thrown in the ball game. Mick, batting .350, has had 7 hits and 20 at-bats. Gibson's next pitch, fastball on the outside corner, 1-1. On deck, Elston Howard with Joe Pepitone to follow. 1-1 delivery. On the outside corner again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gibson said when he pitched to Madeline, New York, he tried to throw the fastball or everything away from Mickey, knowing that Mickey was having trouble reaching that outside pitch with that bad knee of his. Here's the windup. Fastball a little low. The count is even at 2-2. Yankee hitters are trying to slow Gibson down just a little bit, stepping out of the box between pitches. 2-2 delivery is a curve. Strike 3, swinging. And there's a record that Mr. Gibson has just broken, as Joe Garagiola told you. He needed 1 strikeout to tie Koufax's record for the most strikeouts in a series, and 2 to beat it, and that's his 2nd strikeout of the ball game. Here's Elston Howard. Ellie batting an even .300, 6 for 20. 1 out, no one on. Pitch to Howard, a curve, a little low, ball 1. Kurt Flood deep in center field. Gibson's pitch is a curve in there, strike called, 1-1. Gibson, a real fine, superbly trained athlete. Real great shape. His pitch, curve, low and away. 2 balls and a strike. One out, nobody on. Gibson kicks, delivers a ground ball in the hole through, a base hit to left field. The first Yankee base hit and the first Yankee base runner in this final game. Howard grounds a single just to the right of Dick Grote. Brings up Joe Pepitone. And listen to the crowd reaction. And Pepitone gets a big kick out of this. Doesn't bother Joe a bit. He's hitting .182, 4 for 22, but had the big grand slammer yesterday. Pitch to Joe. He checks his swing. It's over. Strike ball.
He said in the clubhouse yesterday, he said, every park I play in, my fan club has to have a meeting.
Joe Pepitone, left-hand batter. Ready, the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. And Gibson trying to pitch away from the left-hand power hitter of the Yankees. Got that one on the outside part of the plate. On deck, Tommy Tresh. No score in the top of the second. 1 out, Elston Howard at first base. Bill White is playing in back of Howard, about 3 steps. Stretched by Gibson. Delivers a foul back in the upper deck. Kurt Flood has moved a little bit over in right center field on Joe Pepitone. Gibson gets the sign. Howard leading away at first. Curve popped in the air alongside third. Kenny Boyer with the glasses down in foul territory is there. He's got it. And that's 2 away, and it brings up Tresh. Tommy, batting .250, is 5 for 20 in this series. Tresh, though, with 7 RBIs, leads both clubs in that department. Tresh had that dramatic 9th inning home run with 2 out to tie up the ball game against Gibson. The curve is outside, ball 1. And that was a game in which Tim McCarver came up in the 10th inning to hit a 3-run homer. Howard at first with 2 out. Gibson's changeup curve is in there, strike 1. And boy, Tommy Tresh flinched 3 different times there. He had taken a stride and tried to bring the bat back, couldn't do it. A 1-1 count. Beautiful motion by Gibson on that one. He doesn't throw too many of them, and that's why it's such a big surprise to the hitter when he does throw one. Fastball, foul back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And, of course, after you throw that changeup and then fire your good high hard one, it looks that much faster to the hitter. Now Gibson is ahead of Trish. Goes into the set position. His pitch, line drive, out to left field. Base hit, blocked by Lou Brock. And how it started goes back. The throw comes over Maxfield's head, but not too far. Grote gave that ball a good try, but Tommy Tresh going to the opposite field got good wood on it just over his glove.
Phil, those outfielders are making sure they're getting in front of that ball because those little clumps of grass give it that bad hop. You won't see, I would venture to say that most of the balls will not be fielded cleanly because you're going to have to knock it down. Base runners take that extra step, and outfielders make sure they get down.
And Joe was explaining that to you fans before the game started, and you could see Brock get down on both knees to block that with his chest or any part of his body. All right, here's Clete Boyer. Runners at first and second, 2 out, no score. Boyer hitting an even 200, 4 for 20. Gibson's curve is a little low, ball 1. Howard at second, Tresh at first. Gibson checks Howard at second. Delivers. It's a curve, low ball 2-0. On deck is Mel Stottlemyre, and even though there is not a base open, Gibson can afford to pitch very carefully to Clete Boyer. Runners leading off first and second. Gibson shook off one sign. Now he's got the one he likes. His pitch is a curve, and that one's in there. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody throws that fastball anymore when they're behind. The big right-hander sets. His pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 2, and he plays that one in there. I mean to tell you, he fired it right in on Boyer's fist. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, and 2 on here in the top of the second, no score. So Bob Gibson, even with only 2 days rest, can reach back for that little extra. He started a stretch, then stepped back off the rubber. Checks the sign again with McCarver. He's ready. His pitch, check swing, ground ball, foul. It hit Boyer in the batter's box. Boyer picked it up, flipped it to McCarver. McCarver didn't give the umpire much time to look at that ball. He wanted to give it right back to Gibson. Oh, took it right out of Seguri's hands, didn't he?
You get a little edge. You get a little spot on there. You want to try to get it out of that pitcher as soon as you can. And Tim looked like a pickpocket on that one, didn't he?
A 2-2 count on Clete Boyer. Gibson working a little slower here. In a little bit of a jam with runners at first and second. He's nodding his head, but continues to look in for the sign, taking a long time. Now he steps on the rubber. Checks Howard. His pitch, a ground ball is short. Grote to his right, bobbles it, picks it up, can't make a play. All hands are safe. Dick Grote reached 3 times for that ball, and when he reached the first time, he took his eye off the ball to look and see if the second baseman were at second, and couldn't quite locate it. It's an error charged to Dick Grote, and the bases are loaded. And it brings up Mel Stottlemyre. Mel has had 1 hit in 7 at-bats, batting .143. And again, this fast infield is quite a factor in this ball game. Ball was only hit a step or 2 to Grote's right, but he had trouble getting over there. All right, here's the windup. Pitch to Stottlemyre. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Way out in front of a good slider thrown by Gibson. Boyer at first. Tresh at second. Howard at third with 2 out. Gibson quickly into the windup. His pitch, swing and a miss at another slider, strike 2. Quickly ahead of Stottlemyre. On deck, Phil Lenz. Gibson is ready. Strike 3, swinging. That's the third strikeout for Gibson, and a mighty big one. And at the middle of the second inning, the score is the Yankees nothing and the Cardinals nothing. I'd like to ask Joe Garagiola a question. Joe, when Stottlemyre struck out, McCarver dropped the ball, and yet Stottlemyre did not run to first base.
It was a real good play. So what he did, he just tagged home plate and told the umpire, which was a force out really on Howard. But when you do that, you better alert the umpire just for, safety.
And that's the first time I ever saw that play.
Well, it saves you from throwing a ball to first base. He just tagged home plate and says it's a force out because you can run with 2 outs. I saw that happen one time where umpire just didn't see the play and said, I didn't see you tag home plate, and everybody was safe.
Well, you learn something every day, and right now, here is Dick Grote leading off. Grote batting .217, 5 for 23. Stottlemyre's first pitch is taken low and inside, ball 1. On deck, Tim McCarver. No score, bottom of the second. Stottlemyre's pitch, ground ball. Pepitone is right, has it. Flips to Stottlemyre in time. And Pepitone was shading Grote over in the hole between first and second, knowing that Dick hits there quite often. And here is the red-hot Tim McCarver.
Just one step further on that play, Phil. It just shows you how cool this youngster is. Everybody's waiting for him to throw it, and he just made the easy play by tapping home plate and walking off.
He picks things up in a hurry. McCarver picking up a lot of base hits here in this series. 476, 10 for 21. A left-hand batter takes the strike right down the middle. On deck, Mike Shannon. Boyer is in on the edge of the infield grass. McCarver beat out an infield hit yesterday, hitting it between Boyer and Linz. The pitch is a curve. It's just outside. Ball 1, 1-1. Stottlemyre taking a little extra time. Nobody in a hurry. A long winter ahead for both teams. The 1-1 pitch fouled back. McCarver trying to slice that ball to left field. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Another capacity crowd on hand today. Here's the 1 ball, 2 strike delivery. A curved line foul down the left field line. And boy, that McCarver went with that outside curveball. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on. Stottlemyre gets the sign from Howard. Short windup. Curve, this one high and outside, and that evens it up at 2-2. Perfect weather for this final game of the World Series. Now the 2-2 delivery is high and away, and it's ball 3, a full count. 3-2. Stottlemyre back to the rosin bag. Takes his glove off, rubs up the ball. Now he's ready on the pitching rubber. Here's the payoff pitch to McCarver. Way outside. That ball missed by 2 feet. And there is the first walk of the ball game for either pitcher. McCarver at first, and here is Mike Shannon. Shannon batting .208, 5 for 24. On deck, Dal Maxville. Pepitone moves over to hold first against McCarver. With 1 out, no score in the bottom of the second. The stretch by Stottlemyre. His pitch is over as Shannon started to swing and then held up. Strike 1. Shannon stepped back to take a quick look at third base coach Vern Benson. McCarver leads away at first. Here's the stretch. Pitch, foul, and back of the plate. Right back to one of the fans in the first row of box seats. 0-2 the count. Now Stottlemyre leans in to get the sign. He sets. Delivers a curve, strike 3, swinging, and boy, he had Shannon way out in front of that pitch. Strikeout number 2 for Mel Stottlemyre. Brings up Dal Maxville. Maxville batting .177. He's 3 for 17. Right-hand batter. On deck, Bob Gibson. Pitch to Maxville is a curve right in there. Strike 1 call. No score here in the bottom of the second inning. McCarver not too big a lead at first base. Stottlemyre checks him. Kicks, delivers a curve, fouled to the left of the plate. Strike 2. Boyer moves back at third base. The pitch is a curve hit in the air to left field. Tommy Tresh moving in under it. He's there and he's got it. And now at the end of the second inning, the score is the Yankees 0 and the Cardinals 0. Phil Linz, who bounced to third base his first time up, will lead it off. A 0-0 ball game. We're in the top of the third. The wind-up by Gibson. Curve, nicks the outside corner. Strike 1 called. Gibson right back. Another curve. This one on the inside corner. Strike 2. Quickly ahead of Phil Linz. All right, Gibson is ready. Kicks the curve, hit foul. Frank Crissetti to his right. Nice play by the Crow. Wants to throw it back in for the umpire to look at. No balls, 2 strikes. Big Bob Gibson on the mound. Goes into the windup. Fastball high and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, Gibson ready. His pitch, swing, and a foul tip back to the screen. Count holds at 1 ball and 2 strikes. No score, top of the third. Bobby Richardson on deck. Here's the pitch. Broken bat, ground ball, and Boyer's got it. The throw to first. He's safe at first base. White threw the ball to McCarver, almost threw it in the Yankee dugout. What a play Kenny Boyer made. And Phil Linz, who threw his bat at the ball yesterday and lined a single to left, broke his bat this time. The barrel started out at Kenny Boyer, and it's a wonder Boyer didn't go for the barrel of the bat. Boyer going way over to the shortstop position, coming up with that ball, rifling it to first. But first base umpire Bill McKinley called Linz safe at first. So it goes as an infield single. Bill White thought they had Linz by quite a bit and turned around to flip the ball to McCarver so they could throw the ball around the infield. And he almost threw it over McCarver's head into the Yankee dugout. An infield single for Linz, the third hit for the Yankees. Here's Bobby Richardson. Bobby struck out his first time at bat. Now Kenny Boyer moves in at third. Bill White holding first against Linz. They got to look for anything here. The stretch, pitch to Bobby. Ground ball is short. Grote over to Maxville for 1. Back to first. Double play. And I want to tell you, Joe, that Maxville showed me something there because that Linz was coming right into him.
Yes, sir. Grote gave him a good ball to handle about eye high.
but he didn't have enough time to get out of the way, and the kid just planted his feet, stayed there, and Linz was right in on top of him, and it was a fine double play.
And Linz took Maxville out of the play, but after Maxville had thrown the ball. And that ball was not hit too hard, and Richardson can go down that line. So it's 2 quick outs, and here is Roger Maris. Maris bounced to second base his first time at bat. On deck, Mickey Mantle. Pitch to Maris. On the outside corner, strike one call. Gibson definitely keeping the ball away from the Yankee power. One strike delivery, a ground ball hit to the left side. Boyer backs up, he's got it, throws in time to get Maris. Good play by Kenny Boyer. And now, at the middle of the third inning, the score is the Yankees nothing and the Cardinals nothing.
When you hear the name Monaco, what do you think of? Well, starting now, you're going to think of a car, a great car from Dodge. Dodge Monaco, coming on big for 65. Monaco, a new car, a new tradition, a new way to travel, with all the best things you've come to expect from Dodge. Monaco, where does it stand? Long and proud in the big new Dodge lineup for 65. Outside, Monaco is trim, sleek, young. Inside, Monaco is rich and roomy. Bucket seats front and back. Console front and back. Under the hood, Dodge power, Dodge efficiency, Monaco spirit. Test drive new Dodge Monaco coming on big for 65. Now, at your Dodge dealers.
Bob Gibson will lead it off for the Cardinals. Bob taking off his warm-up jacket, and he'll get a fine hand here. What a competitor he is. Gibson is hitting .400 for the series, 2 for 5. Bats him right-handed. On deck, Curt Flood. Stottlemyre's first pitch is a curve. He couldn't check his swing. It's strike one. That ball was about a foot outside, but looked like Gibson was guessing. Stottlemyre ready. Another curve. This one a little high, 1-1.
It's almost a cinch he was guessing, Phil, but if you'd ask him, you'd say, were you guessing for a pitch? He says, no, I was looking for a fastball. Nobody ever guesses. They all look.
The 1-1 pitch hit high in the air to center field. Roger Maris flips the glasses down. Going over to right center now, is there and makes the catch. And the wind did drift that ball. It's picked up a little since the start of the game. One way, and here is Curt Flood. Flood bounced out to third base, his first time at bat.
Did you guess or look?
I guessed, Joe. But how about these guys who guess for a bad ball, get it, and still can't hit it?
What's wrong with that?
The pitch to Flood, inside, ball one.
I like Hodges. That 1 year he said he didn't have a bad year hit, and he had a bad year guessing.
The 1-0 pitch, low and away, ball two. On deck, Lou Brock. 1 out, nobody on. 0-0 ball game here in the bottom of the third inning. Stottlemyre's pitch, a ground foul outside of third. Bouncing down the left field line. Boyer has a tough chore with the speedy Cardinal runners he's playing in, but when they chop a ball off this hard infield, many times it can bounce over the third baseman's head. The 2-1 delivery, inside and high, ball 3-1. young right-hander delivers. It's a foul back. Fastball was in on Flood. Inside corner. Full count, 3-2. Now a big pitch coming up to Curt Flood. Stottlemyre checks the sign. Here's the payoff pitch. Ground ball to third. Boyer backhands it. The throw to first base in time, and they call it a fair ball. Flood had stopped before he got to first. Boyer had backhanded the ball, and his momentum carried him over the foul line. And, Joe, on that play, before the ball gets to third base, check me if I'm wrong, it's the home plate umpire's call to call it fair or foul.
It is, and he looks at the third base umpire to kind of put the seal on, and both umpires immediately called it a fair ball. Sikori called it a fair ball. A minute Boyer grabbed it, and Hank Soar at third base indicated fair ball. Both of them right now.
And that's what it is. Johnny Keane is out there now, along with both coaches for the Cardinals, Schultz and Benson. And now Benson is going out to talk with third base umpire Hank Soar. But now Johnny Keane runs down to talk with Hank Soar. Clete Boyer getting in on the discussion. Clete backhanded that ball, and his momentum carried him into foul territory. Johnny Keane gets the explanation from Hank Soar and goes quickly back in the dugout. What a job that Johnny Keane has done all year with these Cardinals. All right, here's Lou Brock. Trying to beat out a bunt. Bunted back to the mound. Was thrown out in the first inning. 2 out, nobody on, no score. Stottlemyre into the windup. His pitch is low, ball 1. Boyer moves further in now with Brock up there. Next pitch is a curve. That's high, ball 2, 2-0. On deck, Bill White. Left hand hitting Lou Brock. Takes a pitch low and away. Ball 3, 3-0. Though Stottlemyre has walked only one man thus far, his control not quite as sharp as it was in his 2 other previous appearances. The 3-0 pitch, right down the middle. Strike call. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, line drive, base hit to center field. Maris comes in, blocks the ball. Brock takes a big turn and then comes back. I tell you, you give these Cardinals 1 inch and they'll take that extra base.
And keep in mind that Brock has the green light anytime he wants to go. Johnny Keane has a don't go sign. And with 2 outs, you can bet that if he gets any kind of a jump at all, we're going to see a battle between Elston Howard and Lou Brock.
And right now here is Bill White, who hit one of the longest doubles we've ever seen. 1 bounce against the 425-foot sign in deep center field.
Howard motioned to Stottlemyre, make him stop at first base, make him come set.
All right, Joe. Brock leads away, and he's got a good lead to throw there. They almost got him. Look at Peppertone stepping over Brock, having a little discussion with McKinley. He was trying to get that running jump, Joe.
If he gets that walking lead, I tell you, boys, he can go.
And Stottlemyre with that good move made Brock dive back into first. Here's the stretch. Another quick throw. This time Brock jumps back in. Bill White now digging himself a little hole. Time is called at the plate. Of course, this is tough on a hitter when you've got a good runner at first. You never know when he gets set, when the pitcher is coming to the plate. Here's the stretch. The pitch is low, ball 1, and Howard bounced out in front of the plate as Brock bluffed going.
That was one of the real good bluffs. He just didn't take 1 step. He was spinning those wheels, boy, like he was trying to get traction.
So with 2 out, and no score here in the bottom of the 3rd, strike count on Bill White. Cardinal fans yelling for Brock to go. The stretch, quick throw over there. Brock is back. I don't think Mel Stottlemyre is not aware of Brock's speed. Here's the stretch. He bluffs going, a swing and a miss, strike one, 1-1. On each pitch, you see Elston Howard jump out. Because remember, with a left-hand batter up there, Howard's vision is cut off quite a bit. He can't see that runner.
Tell you, 1 ball and 1 strike. Brock's been getting the lead. Howard pitched out just once, and he's egging for it. If Stottlemyre's got any kind of control, this would be a good spot right here for the pitch out.
All right, let's see what happens. Stottlemyre checking the sign. He sets. Quick throw over again to first base.
Whenever you see a pitcher throw to first base, that shows there's no pitch out on because the catcher likes to see that fella run. You don't want to hold him too close. Just stop him. Brock wants to go. Now White steps out, and the play will have to start all over.
They want to take a look at the ball, but Frank Sikori said it's fine. So we've got a little battle of wits going on right now. Brock leads off first. The stretch, the pitch, ground ball. Richardson is right there on the big hop, flips to Pepitone for the out. And now at the end of the 3rd inning, the score is the Yankees nothing and the Cardinals nothing. Right now, we pause 30 seconds for station identification.
Today, from years of experience and improvements, GFC makes it faster than ever to borrow the money you need. One fast, easy phone call to friendly Bob Adams is really all it takes to arrange your loan from GFC. Main 14242. The folks at GFC handle all the details. Your money is ready to pick it up in almost no time at all. Why not put an end to any nagging money worries you might have? For $25 on up to $2,000, call GFC at Main 14242. KMOX, KMOX FM St. Louis, your World Series station.
By the way, see the Bob Hope Chrysler Comedy Special on your local NBC TV station tomorrow night. Bob Gibson will be working to mantle Howard and Pepitone here in the top of the 4th inning. There's been no score.
Phil, when you get that fast runner on, I know as a catcher what it can do to you. How about as an infielder? Do you find yourself looking at the fast runner too long?
You do, Joe, because you've got to keep your eye on him, and especially with a fella like White up there who can hit to all fields. You don't want to leave your position too soon. And yet with a runner like Brock, if you don't leave too soon, you might not get to second base in time. Mickey Mantle, who struck out his first time up, leads off here in the top of the 4th. Bob Gibson into the windup. His pitch fouled down the left field line, out of play. And that time Mantle went with the pitch. Gibson, as we told you, has been pitching away from him. Pretty tough for Mickey to pull that type pitch. Flood real deep in center field. Gibson's pitch is a check swing, and it's strike 2. He held up, but the ball was over the plate. 0-2. A 2-strike pitch outside, ball 1. Now Gibson is ready. A check swing ground ball right back to the box. Gibson has it. Throws to Bill White, and Mantle is out of there. Mantle trying to hold up on his swing, and Gibson crossed him up that time. He came inside with a fastball. Mickey looking for it away. Stepped right into that pitch. Here's Elston Howard. Ellie single to left field, getting the first Yankee base hit in this ball game. That was in the 2nd inning. Yankees loaded the bases in the 2nd, but failed to score. Howard swings and fouls the first pitch back, strike 1, and it nicked Frank Sikori around the left ankle.
Surprised they haven't come up with bigger shin guards for the umpires to wear. They wear those little ones that look like the regular shin guards after taxes or something.
They got a lot of spots where they can get hit with those, Joe. The 1-strike pitch fouled, back out of play. That ball really bounced around in the upper deck. Everybody trying to get out of the way of that one. On deck, Joe Pepitone. 1 out, nobody on. 2 strikes on Howard. Gibson's pitch is a little high. Ball one. Now he's ready. Ground ball. Gibson couldn't get it. The second baseman, Maxwell, there. Throws to first. He's got him. Gibson leaped for that ball. Just missed grabbing it. But Maxwell got over in a hurry. It's 2 out. Here's Pepitone, who fouled out to third base in the second inning. And there goes the Pepitone chorus.
Just think he hasn't played her all year. Just think how many fans he'd make if he played her all year.
All right, Joe digging in at the plate as Gibson gets ready. His pitch is foul, back out of play.
Here is a bulletin from NBC News. British United Press reports Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev has resigned as premier and as head of the party. Leonid Brezhnev has been named first secretary, and Alexei Kosygin has been named new Soviet premier. This has been a bulletin from NBC News.
Hands and out of play. Up to this point, Gibson has not given the left-hand hitters anything that they could pull with any power. Nothing in 2 on Pepitone. The windup. The pitch is hit off the fist. The second baseman, Dale Maxwell, is right there. He's got it. 3 up and 3 down. And now at the middle of the 4th inning, the score is the Yankees nothing and the Cardinals nothing. For the Cardinals in the bottom of the 4th inning, it'll be Ken Boyer, Dick Grote, and Tim McCarver facing Mel Stottlemyre. Boyer struck out swinging his first time up. Nothing but goose eggs up on the scoreboard. First pitch to Boyer. Lined right back through the middle. Base hit. And Stottlemyre could not get his glove down in time. He tried to, but it was by him, and it just missed, hitting him off the right knee. A bullet back through the mound. And now the hits are even at 3 apiece. The batter is Dick Grote, who bounced to first base in the second inning.
Lenz and Richardson having quite a conversation, Phil. If you were playing short, who would be covering?
Well, I see Lenz pointing to himself to cover, but I would let that second baseman have as much room in right field as he would want, because Grote, as you know, can take that ball and almost throw it out there. So the shortstop must cover in a spot like this.
Even though he's a right-hand hitter?
Even though he's a right-hand batter. All right, Boyer leads away. The stretch. Pitch to Grote. He takes it low and inside, ball 1. Kenny Boyle, who can also run for a big man at first base. Pepitone holding him on. Throw over there. Boyer has to dive back head first.
Boyer measures his lead. He's got a very efficient way of doing it. He gets a body's length and an arm away. So if he just falls, his fingertips will grab the bag. A body's length and an arm away.
And that's just what he did, Joe. He fell back into first base. All right, for another quick throw, and this time Boyer jumps back just ahead of Pepitone's tag. And as you can see, as Joe told you, this Grote who can handle that bat, Yogi Berra, got Stottlemyre and the whole infield and outfield alerted. You don't know what he's going to do. The pitch, he takes it low inside, ball 2. 2-0. And this makes it rough on a pitcher, too, because he's got to not actually quick pitch, but try and get rid of that ball to not give that runner an extra jump at first base.
And if you're a hit and run man, you wouldn't want a better spot than 2 balls and no strikes. That pitcher's got to be around that plate. So Boyer's got the good speed. They got the good combine going.
All right, let's see what develops. Boyer leads away. Stottlemyre sets. He doesn't go, and the ball is taken. It's ball 3, and Howard turns around to talk to Sikori. It's ball 3. Dick Rote has a good eye and can hit and run any time in any given situation. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. No score. Kenny Boyer at first. The stretch. The pitch is taken low. Ball 4. And the Cardinals really have a threat going now with runners at first and second. Nobody out, and the batter, Tim McCarver. And the Yankee bullpen gets hot. Roland Sheldon, a right-hander, and Al Downing, a left-hander, are up down there. Howard out to the mound to talk with Stottlemyre. McCarver walked in the second inning. Grote at first, Ken Boyer at second. And now McCarver steps back as Vern Benson whistles into him from the coaching box at third, flashes some signs. Pepitone in front of the bag at first, Boyer even with the bag at third. The stretch by Stottlemyre. The pitch, swing, and a foul tip, strike 1. So the Cardinals not going for the sacrifice, at least not on that first pitch. And once in a while, they let him swing for 1 strike, Joe. All right, McCarver steps back. Now Boyer moves in a little bit at third base. Linz trying to hold Kenny Boyer close to second, shaded over that way. The stretch. The pitch, swing, ground ball. Pepitone's got it. Goes to Linz for 1. Back to Stottlemyre. Wild throw. And a run is going to score. A run scores, and the Cardinals lead 1-0. On a hard-hit ground ball, Pepitone took a base hit away from McCarver. Fired to Linz, but Stottlemyre late getting over to first base, tried to keep his foot on the bag and backhand that ball. It got by him as Stottlemyre fell to the ground. The run scored, and the Cardinals lead 1-0. So that'll be a forced play for McCarver, and we'll see who gets the error. If they give it to Linz, it'll be a tough play for Linz to get the error. And Linz is charged with the error. McCarver is at first with 1 out. Grote was forced at second base. So the play goes, a forced play, from 3 to 6, and give Linz an error. McCarver did not advance to second, and here is Mike Shannon, struck out his first time up. Pitch to Shannon, a curve, a strike 1 called.
Bobby Richardson was the man backing up that play. Phil had kept McCarver from getting the extra base.
That's right. Bobby came from nowhere. Feel of that carom off the wall. So the Cards break the ice here in this deciding game of the World Series. Only 1 out. McCarver leads away. The stretch, the pitch, line to right center field, a base hit. There goes McCarver around second. Mantle up with it. His throw comes in at second base. And the Cardinals have runners at first and third. The batter is Dal Maxville.
Remember, we had a situation like this with Maxville up there, and they attempted a squeeze play. Howard going out to Stottlemyre, just a quick visit. And I'm sure that's one of the things he reminds him of, because the worst thing you could get out of it would be second and third and 2 outs with a chance for your pitcher at least to come up.
That's right, Joe. They attempted it here, and he fouled off the pitch the last time. All right, runners at first and third. 1 out. The Cards lead 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Runners lead away. The stretch. The pitch, the runner goes. The swing and the miss. The throw to second base will not be in time. The runner coming to the plate. The throw not in time. The double steal works. The Cardinals pull a double steal and score a run. And I want to tell you that was beautifully executed as McCarver got 2/3 of the way to second base and hesitated for a fraction of a second. At third base, Tim McCarver hesitated until Howard threw to second. Howard's throw was a little high towards the first base side of the bag, and Richardson could not get anything on the throw. The Cardinals pull a double steal, and they lead 2-0. With Shannon at second, and a count of 1 strike on Dal Maxwell. He swung at that pitch. The curve is low and away, and Shannon had a good jump that time. Looked like he might be going, Joe.
I'll tell you, a fine piece of running because Howard had stopped McCarver at third base, and that's what you have to do. Is he stopped him dead, then threw to second, and it was not a real hard throw because he wanted to make sure McCarver stopped, but McCarver timed it perfectly and scored easily.
With Shannon at second, and a count of 1 strike on Dal Maxwell. He swung at that pitch. The curve is low and away, and Shannon had a good jump that time. Looked like he might be going, Joe.
I'll tell you, a fine piece of running because Howard had stopped McCarver at third base, and that's what you have to do. Is he stopped him dead, then threw to second, and it was not a real hard throw because he wanted to make sure McCarver stopped, but McCarver timed it perfectly and scored easily.
The pitch line to right field, a base hit. Mickey Mantle up with it. They're sending Shannon in to throw to the plate. Not in time. He scores, and Maxwell goes to second base. Holy cow. These Cardinals are red hot right now.
KMOX-FM, St. Louis.
Dal Maxwell rifled a single to right field. And Vern Benson gave Shannon the green light, and Mantle's throw was just offline. It pulled Howard towards the dugout away from home plate. Had the throw been right over the plate, Shannon would have been a dead duck. But Howard had to reach to his right for the play, and Shannon slid across the plate just as Howard went to tag him. Maxwell went to second. On the throw to the plate, the batter is Bob Gibson. The Cardinals lead 3-0 in the bottom of the fourth. Boy, that Maxwell's taken a big lead at second base. The Cardinals this inning have really been running.
He didn't even hesitate on that throw coming in, Phil. He was going 40 miles in a 30-mile zone, boy.
I guess you couldn't have stopped him if you wanted it, Joe. All right, here's the stretch. Pitch to Gibson, a curve low and away, ball 1. So in this inning, Ken Boyer has scored, Tim McCarver has scored, and Mike Shannon has scored. And the unusual thing is that only 1 run has been batted in of the 3 scored by the Cardinals. Pitch to Gibson, ground ball foul outside of third. He checks his bat, he hit it right off the end, and I believe he split it. Yes, he did. Walking bat for another bat. A 1-1 count. And of course, all through this series, the Yankees have realized that the running speed of the Cardinals would upset their defense, but not so much as it has done in this 7th and final game of the World Series. All right, 1 out, a 1-1 count on Gibson. Maxwell with a big lead at second base. Here's the stretch. The pitch is a curve popped up. Joe Pepitone at first base is under it, near the foul line, and just in fair territory makes the catch. So that's the second out here in the bottom of the fourth. And it brings up Curt Flood. Flood has been up twice and both times bounced to third base. Maxwell at second. Cards picking up 3 big runs here in the bottom of the fourth. Mel Stottlemyre ready. His pitch, ground ball to second base. Richardson's there. Fires to first in time for the out. But 3 big runs for the Cardinals, and now at the end of the fourth inning, the score is the Cardinals 3, the Yankees nothing. And by the way, all 3 runs scored that inning by the Cardinals are considered earned by the official scorers. Even though there was an error, a throwing error by the Yankees shortstop Phil Linz, the runs are all earned. Tommy Tresh will lead it off for the Yankees. Tommy lined a single to left field in the second inning, and now the Yankees really with their backs to the wall, trailing 3-0 here in the top of the 5th, the 7th and deciding game of the 1964 World Series. Bob Gibson into the windup. His curve hit foul outside of first down the right field line. Al Downing, who is loosening up, going back to retrieve that ball, but a fan gets it ahead of him. Mel Stottlemyre is scheduled to be the 3rd hitter this inning. So Yogi might be going for a pinch hitter. Downing continues to throw. Pitch to Tresh. He starts the bunt, takes it outside. 1-1. Gibson just missed that corner. That was a good spot to throw that curve with Tresh attempting a bunt. Tommy likes to be running to first base when he lays down the bunt. Checks his swing. It's low, ball 2. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2, and Gibson almost fell down as he delivered that pitch. And I tell you, that's a little disconcerting to the hitter when he sees that Gibson lift that big foot, come down, and then almost fall. But he doesn't. Sure-footed out on the mound. Shakes off 2 signs. Now he's ready. The 2-2 pitch. Curve a little bit high. He had Tresh fooled on the pitch, but it was just above the letters. 3-2. Now the payoff pitch. Foul tip back to the screen. Three balls, 2 strikes, nobody out and nobody on. In the top of the 5th inning, the Cards lead 3-0. Gibson into the windup. His curve is outside, ball 4, and there's the first walk given up by Bob Gibson in the ball game. And it brings up Clete Boyer. Boyer reached on an error in the second inning. His hard ground ball in the hole couldn't be handled by Dick Grote. Bill White comes over to hold the bag against Tresh. Nobody out in the on-deck circle as yet. Stottlemyre scheduled to be the next batter. Pitch to Boyer. Curve swing and a miss. Strike 1. Gibson sets, delivers. It's on the outside corner. Strike 2 call. Frank Sikori taking a good look at these balls and strikes, and making no snap decisions. And now Bill White moves in back of Tresh at first. The 2-strike pitch, a curve popped in the air to short left center field. Brock coming in, Flood coming in. Brock calls, Flood calls, and Flood makes the catch. The senior umpire, rather the senior center fielder on the Cardinals, came up with that one. That could have been trouble. And now let's see who comes out of the Yankee dugout. And it looks like young Mike Hegan. That's who it is, Mike Hegan, who got into this World Series, as Joe told you, because of the injury to Tony Kubek. Hegan was put on the active list to participate in the World Series. The son of the Yankee bullpen coach, Jim Hegan, who was quite a catcher in his day for the Cleveland Indians. Here's a stretch. Pitch to Hegan, taken low and away, ball 1. Right-hander ready. His pitch is outside. Ball 2, 2-0. This is the third game in which young Mike Hegan is appearing. He's been at bat once without a base hit. Struck out his only time at bat. Bats him left-handed, holds that bat right down to the end. The pitch is over the outside corner. Strike called, 2-1. Joe, these good pitchers, when they get behind, they don't ease up.
No, sir. He just rears back and seems to throw harder.
Gibson called for a new ball. The Cardinals leading 3-0. Top of the fifth inning, 1 out. Tommy Tresh, who walked at first base. The stretch, the pitch, swing, and a miss. Strike 2. And after a low fastball down around the knees. Again, the pitch. It's a little bit high, and it's a full count, 3-2. Tommy Tresh checks Frank Crissetti in the coaching box at third. Bill White moves in now to hold Tresh close at first. Gibson ready for the payoff pitch. Here it is. It's low and inside, and he walked him. And that's the second walk given up by Gibson. Both of them here in the top of the fifth inning. And the batter will be Phil Linz. Linz bounced to third and beat out an infield single. 1 man out. And we're going to have some action in the Cardinal bullpen. Roger Craig, a right-hander, gets up. Tresh at second. Hegan at first. 1 out. Gibson sets. His pitch is lined to right center field, and coming in fast, Shannon. He makes the play. The throw to second. He got him a double play. A great play by Mike Shannon. Took a base hit away from Phil Linz and turned it into a double play. Holy cow, that Shannon can fly. And the score now is the Cardinals 3, the Yankees 0. The first half of the game was brought to you by the Chrysler Corporation. The second half is being brought to you by the Gillette Safety Razor Company. Well, Gibson's fine pitching, the Cardinals' speed of foot, and a great defensive play by Mike Shannon. That's big news here. And big news in shaving today is this Gillette World Series special. It's your opportunity to stock up on sensational Gillette stainless steel blades at a bargain price. 2 6-blade dispensers, that's 12 Gillette stainless steel blades, for just $1.50. You get weeks and weeks of clean, easy shaves, incomparable shaves, and you save 28 cents in the bargain. You're guaranteed the best first shave of your life, plus more superbly comfortable shaves every blade than with any other blade, or your money back from Gillette. Discover the remarkable uniform quality Gillette can promise you, blade after blade. Get the Gillette special today. 12 stainless steel blades for only $1.50. Supreme shaving luxury, and you save 28 cents. And I mean to tell you, I just about lost my voice on that great defensive play by Mike Shannon in right field. And now, happily to carry you along the rest of the ball game, Joe Garagiola.
Thank you very much, Phil. Tremendous play on both ends. Dick Grote made a fine play as he caught the hurry throw of Mike Shannon as it took a short hop. He held on to it. Fine play. Al Downing is a new Yankee pitcher. 3-0, that's the score. We're in the bottom half of the fifth inning. Lou Brock, Bill White, and Ken Boyer. Mike Shannon took a base hit away from Linz and then flipped it to second base. The throw skipped in. Grote able to come up with it. A big double play. That ended that fifth inning. Downing is the Yankee pitcher. A good fastball, an overhanded curveball. He throws a slider. Lou Brock will lead it off in the bottom of the fifth. Brock tried to beat out a bunt in the first. He singled to center in the third. Boyer comes in close at third base. It's Al Downing. The new Yankee pitcher is ready, and here's the pitch. Swung on, deep in the right center field. Back. That ball is a home run.
first pitch by Al Downing. Lou Brock hit a tremendous home run onto the pavilion roof in right center field. So it's a 4-0 ball game. Here is Bill White. Swung on, line drive, center field. That's a base hit. Roger Maris is up. White stops at first, and on 2 pitches, the Cardinals have hit 2 shots of Al Downing. And the Yankee bullpen swings into action now. Elston Howard out to the mound to slow the pace down just a little bit. As Lou Brock hit a home run, White lines the single to center, and Sheldon is the Yankee pitcher down in the bullpen.
Joe, both those pitches were high fastballs, too.
High fastballs, and they jumped on him and really sent him right on out of here. One a home run, one a single. Boyer, he began it all in that 4th inning when the Redbirds picked up 3 runs. He singled into center field. Big, powerful right-hand hitter. The pitch. High and inside. It's ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Nobody out. 1 run is in. 4-0. Bottom of the 5th. St. Louis leading. The 7th game of this 1964 World Series. Bill White leads off the pitch. Swung on, line drive, right field. Mantle going over fast. He can't get it. 1 hop off the wall. Up with the ball is Mantle. White is rounding third. They're going to hold him up as Boyer goes into second. The throw comes in over Howard's head. Downing boots the ball, but White cannot come on in. The throw by Richardson, the relay man, was over the head of Elston Howard. Downing very alertly backing up the play. He booted the ball, but not far enough to allow Bill White to come on in. With nobody out, Vern Benson doesn't want to take any chances and run the Cardinals out of an inning, so he put up the red light for Bill White, who stopped at third. Boyer's on at second base, and the hitter is Dick Grote. A double for Boyer. Here comes Yogi Berra out of the Yankee dugout. Roland Sheldon is warming up for New York. Downing has really been greeted by the Cardinals. Lou Brock hit the first pitch for a home run onto the roof in right center field. White then hit a hard single into center field. Boyer doubled a 1-hop line drive up against that wall in right center field. And now Yogi will make a pitching change here, and Sheldon, a right-hander, will be brought in. And while Sheldon comes in out of the bullpen, we pause 30 seconds for station identification.
Now, Community Federal, the largest federally chartered savings and loan association in the state of Missouri, has branches that are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're the 5,000 mailboxes. They make it convenient and easy for you to earn 4.5% on your insured savings. You'll find 5,000 mailboxes in the St. Louis area standing ready for your savings deposit to Community Federal. Start today to earn 4.5% at your Savings and Loan Association, Community Federal. KMOX FM, St. Louis, your World Series station.
Roland Sheldon, the third Yankee pitcher used by manager Yogi Berra, as the Cardinals, who scored 3 runs in the 4th inning, have scored 1 run here on a home run, have base runners at second and third, nobody out, and Pete Mickelson begins to loosen up for the Yankees down in the bullpen.
Joe, you know, you've been wondering how long can they silence these big bats of Bill White and Ken Boyer. And they waited a long time, but they're sure booming them today.
Really some hard shots. White's 2 base hits. Double to center and this single. Both hit right on the nose. Boyer has 2 base hits. Brock a big home run. Sheldon a big, tall right-hander. This is the second game that Sheldon is appearing in. The infield comes in for the New York Yankees. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning, 4-0. That's the score. St. Louis is out in front. Bill White is at third base. Ken Boyer is at second base. Dick Grote is the hitter. They shade Grote in the outfield towards right center field. Not too deep. Mantle nor Maris. Sheldon, the right-hander. Now Linz drops back. Here's a pitch to Grote. Swung on and missed at strike 1. A foul tip, says Frank Sikori. Boyer is in on the grass at third base. Linz is back a couple steps at shortstop. Richardson and Pepitone are in. One strike. They count on Dick Grote. White leads off third. Ken Boyer leads off second. 4-0 New York leading. The pitch. Swung on a foul tip, and it's strike two. That was an overhanded curveball. Sheldon came from right on over the top. 2 strikes to count on Dick Grote. Grote bounced out and walked. Tough man to strike out. Sheldon and Elston Howard know this, working carefully. White's at third. Boyer is at second. There's nobody out. Sheldon ready. Here's the pitch now. Pushes him back with a high, tight fastball. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Here is a special report from NBC News. NBC's Joseph Harsh in London reports strong indications from the Russian embassy in Paris that Premier Khrushchev did resign. The official list of Soviet Union leaders released today in Moscow does not have the name of Nikita Khrushchev on it. Moscow still has not confirmed the naming of Leonid Brezhnev as first secretary and Alexei Kosygin as premier. This has been a special report from NBC News. Stay tuned to your NBC News station for further reports.
Further reports will be heard on KMOX from our KMOX newsroom and the CBS radio network as they develop.
Here's the pitch now. Swung on and fouled off again. Bounces around. A battle between Sheldon and Grote. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. St. Louis 4, New York nothing. We're in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Bill White at third base. Ken Boyer is at second base. Grote waves that bat. Sheldon looks down for that sign. Taking plenty of time. Checks the runners. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Grote. Swung on, a foul ball out of play down the right field corner. Grote just trying to get a piece of that ball, waiting until the last possible minute. Bill White at third base. He's edging up. Ground ball to Linz. He'll be coming in. Linz is back. Richardson, Pepitone, and Boyer at third, all in for the play at the plate. Sheldon ready. The pitch to Grote. Swung on a bouncing ball up the middle. Here comes White. Richardson's play will be at first base. In time. Grote is out, but White scores. Bobby Richardson on a slow hit ball took a look at the plate. White had a good lead, able to score. Richardson made the play to first base. In time to get Grote. Boyer takes third. So it's a 5-0 ball game now. And the hitter is Tim McCarver. Grote gets a run batted in. The scoreboard man, he's giving him 2 runs up there. Wonder who he's rooting for, Phil.
No question, Joe.
McCarver waits. The pitch. Swung on. Bouncing ball. Foul down at first base line. And Pete Mickelson in the Yankee bullpen comes up with it. 1 strike to count. 5-0 St. Louis leading. We're in the bottom half of the 5th inning. This is Joe Garagiola with Phil Rizzuto. The 7th game of the 1964 World Series. Both these clubs really battling. They've battled all year long to get into a World Series. Now it's the 7th game, and right now St. Louis leads 5-0. Infield in. Boyer a good lead at third. Sheldon ready. McCarver waits. The pitch. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cleat Boyer broke on over to third base as if there were a pickoff play. Big brother Ken says something to him. He'll probably tell him a little more when he gets him home tonight. 1 ball and 1 strike on Tim McCarver, who has been a real hot hitter for the Cardinals throughout this series. Sheldon ready. The 1-1 pitch to McCarver. Outside, and it's ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. 1 man out. 2 runs are in. 5-0. St. Louis leading. Yankee infield in. They want to choke that run off at the plate. McCarver waves that bat. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Sheldon, the big right-hander, ready. Here's the pitch. It's a strike, a fastball. Caught that outside corner, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Frank Sikori, the plate umpire, calls time now. Downing came in to relieve. And the starter, Stottlemyre. A home run by Brock, single by White, a double by Boyer, and Sheldon has come on. McCarver waits. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sheldon delivers. Swung on, a little looper right field. Mail's going to make the catch. Boyer tags up. Here he comes. Here comes the throw. It is not in time. McCarver on a sacrifice fly. Drives in Ken Boyer from third base. And the Cardinals now lead 6-0. So there are 2 outs, and here is Mike Shannon. It was a race between Mantle and Boyer. Boyer able to score on the sacrifice fly hit to Mickey Mantle by McCarver. Shannon waits. Foul ball, third base side, Clete Boyer over, but it's out of play. One strike they count. Cardinals with 3 runs in the 4th, 3 in the 5th. Speed has really paid off for St. Louis today. Sheldon ready. Here's the pitch to Shannon. Tapped foul. Strike 2. 2 strikes. The count on Mike Shannon. Shannon was out on strikes in the 2nd. He singled. And scored in the 4th. He was the back man on that double steal. McCarver was the front man. Sheldon ready now. Shannon waits the pitch. High fastball. Mike went down to 1 knee. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Shannon's a very aggressive hitter. Once he starts at bat, his whole body goes into action. Nothing, it waits. 6-0. St. Louis out in front of the Yankees. Bottom half of the 5th inning. The one. Sheldon started to pitch, then backed off. Gets a new sign from Elston Howard. Now here is the 1-2 pitch. He struck him out. A breaking ball, Shannon out on strikes. And the score is St. Louis 6 and New York nothing. Men, wouldn't you like to start the day with the best shave in the world? The quickest, easiest shave a man can get? Here's how. All you need is hot water, lots of it. Then the shaving cream that supersaturates your beard throughout your shave. Extra rich Gillette Foamy. America's only leading shaving cream that cleanses your skin with K34 hexachlorophene antiseptic while you shave. And to look sharp and feel sharp, use the Gillette stainless steel blade. Gillette guarantees you the best first shave of your life and more superbly comfortable shaves every blade than with any other. Or your money back from Gillette. Clean, close shaves, blade after blade after blade. And for a perfect ending, Gillette's crisp new Sun-Up. Smells better, feels better. Splash on a dash, and you put on a happy face. Matchless shaving comfort from Gillette. The people who know men best.
KMOX, KMOX-FM, St. Louis.
And we pause 30 seconds for station identification.
When it comes to borrowing money from GFC, it really is just as easy as it sounds. All you do is call GFC's Friendly Bob Adams at Main 14242. Friendly Bob arranges your loan right on the phone in minutes. If you're a working man or woman, get from $25 on up to $2,000 that fast and easy way. Why fret over money problems a minute longer? Call Main 14242, GFC, and talk to Friendly Bob Adams. KMOX, KMOX-FM, St. Louis, your World Series station.
The top of the sixth inning, Bobby Richardson against Bob Gibson. The lights are on here at Busch Stadium. Gibson ready, delivers. Inside, and it's ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Big right-hander ready, delivers. Inside, and it's ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. The bullpen starts to stir. Bob Uecker, the catcher, hustles from the dugout down to the bullpen. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And it's ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Bob Gibson leading 6-0. Here is the pitch to Bobby Richardson. It's a strike, a fastball. Three balls, 1 strike. 3-1 pitch by Gibson is strike 2. Ron Taylor, a right-hander, starts to limber up. Craig was up a minute ago. Now Ron Taylor. Both managers will use everybody. Here is the 3-2 pitch to Richardson. Swung on, bouncing ball down the third base line. Real tough play for Boyer. Up the throw is not in time. Ken Boyer, a real tough play as Bobby Richardson topped the ball. A little slow dribbler. Boyer was back with a 2-strike count on him. And Bobby Richardson has himself an infield hit. And that's 12 base hits for Richardson in this series. And here is Roger Maris. 6-0 the score. Top of the 6th, St. Louis leading.
Sure, that ties the World Series record. Most hits in the World Series.
Here's the pitch to Maris. It's a strike on the outside corner. So Bobby Richardson, World Series record. Maris waits. Gibson delivers. It's a strike called on the outside corner as Bob Gibson continues to hit the outside corner, keeping that ball away from these left-hand hitters. The fence here in St. Louis, down the right field line, 310 feet, 322, 354 in right center. So it's a very nice target for the left-handed pull hitter. Here's a 2-strike pitch to Maris. Did he swing? No, says Frank Sikori. A half swing. A real tough play for any umpire, but especially so in the 7th game of the World Series. Boy, you got to go for these umpires. The pressure is tough on the ball players, but how about those guys that have to call the plays and call the pitches? Here's the 1-2 pitch now. Swung on and fouled straight back. Craig and Taylor warming up for St. Louis. Cardinals 6, Yankees nothing. Top of the 6th inning. Bobby Richardson on at first base. Bill White playing behind the runner. Here's the pitch by Gibson. Foul tip straight back again. The umpires are Frank Sikori behind the plate. Bill McKinley, the American League, at first. Ken Burkhardt, National League, is at second. Hank Soar of the American League is at third. Right field, Al Smith, the American League. Left field, Vinnie Smith of the National League. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Maris waits. The pitch. A curveball hangs high, and it evens out at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Richardson a lead off first base. Maris waving that bat. The pitch. Swung on, a bouncing ball past Bill White into right field. Up with the ball is Shannon. Richardson makes the turn but holds on. As Mike Shannon, with a tremendous arm, cocked that arm to throw. But I tell you, he's put out enough commercials during this series to let you know he can throw. So it's base runners now at first and second, and Mickey Mantle is the hitter. Johnny Keene, the Cardinal manager, pacing in the dugout. They have a right-hander, Roger Craig, a right-hander, Ron Taylor, warming up down in the bullpen. Mantle was out on strikes, and he bounced out. Richardson off second, Maris off first. The pitch by Gibson. Swung on and fouled back, and Mantle had a good cut. St. Louis 6, New York nothing. We're in the top of the sixth. Richardson leading off the second base. Roger Maris a couple steps off first base. Mickey Mantle in that batter's box, right down the end of that bat. Gibson delivers. Swung on, hit deep into left field. Back goes Brock. Back. That ball's a home run over the 379-foot marker in deep left center field. Driving in Richardson and Maris. Mantle comes in to score. It's now a 6-3 ball game. Man, he didn't swing hard at all at that ball, Phil. Just seemed to lay his bat out there.
Just like he did yesterday, Joe, when he went to the opposite field batting right-handed, hit one up on the roof. And we all know Mickey's got tremendous power to any field. And as we said earlier, Gibson had been pitching him away, so he's been going with the pitch.
And that's exactly what he did. He went with the fastball outside, and he has just cut the Cardinal lead in half. Johnny Keane is out on the mound talking to Bob Gibson. He's got two right-handers warming up, Craig and Ron Taylor. Keane is going to let Bob Gibson in the ball game. Johnny Keane, manager of the Cardinals. Been in baseball many, many years, but I'm sure he won't forget this year. A long, long time. Here is Elston Howard now, and Bob Gibson delivers. Swung on and missed. Boy, he let out a notch. If Keane told him to cut it loose, that's just what Gibson did. Foul tip and a strike two. 2 strikes, no balls to count. Elston Howard, the hitter. Mantle has a new record. You can hear the announcements in the background. It seems like every time Mantle shows up at the ballpark in the World Series, it's a new record, and he's breaking Yogi Berra's records. Here's the 2-strike pitch, high, ball 1. And I'm sure, Phil, that Yogi don't mind that at all.
Not at all, as long as they score those runs, Joe.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Elston Howard, the hitter. 6-3 is the score. Top of the 6th. The pitch by Gibson. Foul tip. Hit that off the end of the bat. A slider. Gibson does not change speeds too often. It was a hard slider, a good fastball, a hard curve. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out. 3 runs are in. 6-3. Cardinals leading top of the 6th. The pitch. Fastball. Out on strikes. Caught that outside corner. Elston Howard out on strikes. And it brings up Joe Pepitone. Pepitone fouled out and popped out. He's 0 for 2. And they play Pepitone deep. They shade him towards right field. Gibson gets his sign. Ready. The pitch. Hot shot. Foul down that first base line. Down into the Yankee bullpen. Ralph Terry loosening up for the Yankees. Craig and Taylor continue to throw for the Cardinals. Gibson ready. The pitch. Fastball. Right on the thumbs. A little looper to Maxville. Joe Pepitone hit that right on the fist. A little pop fly to Del Maxville at second base. So there are 2 outs, and here is Tom Tresh. Gibson has been able to keep that ball in tight on Pepitone. He just saw that bat right off in his hands. Tresh waits. Fastball. He had a good cut and fouls it back. Gibson doesn't waste any time. He gets that ball, he throws it, and of course that fastball don't waste any time getting up there either. 1 strike to count. The pitch. High. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tresh shortened up as if he was going to bunt. Maxwell is back at second base. Boyer wide of the bag. Grote shading towards the bag at shortstop. The outfield playing Tresh to pull. 1-1 pitch. Curveball. Outside, and it's 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. A 3-run homer by Mantle has made the score 6-3. St. Louis out in front in the top of the 6th inning. Gibson ready. 2-1 pitch. Curveball, foul tip. And it evens out at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes. Tom Tresh is the hitter. Waves at bat. Waiting. Gibson shakes off the sign with his glove. Another one. Ready. Here's the 2-2 pitch. High. Ball 3, a curveball. Steve Hamilton gets up to join Ralph Terry in the Yankee bullpen. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Gibson ready. The pitch. Swung on and fouled back, out of play. McCarver rubs up that baseball. Bob Gibson. Hard-throwing right-hander. Ready. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Tresh. It's high, ball 4. He walked him. So Tresh draws a base on balls. It brings up Clete Boyer. That's a third base on balls given up by Gibson. He gave up 2 in the 5th inning. 6-3, that's the score. St. Louis out in front. Tresh leading off first. And Clete Boyer in that batter's box. The pitch. Swung on and foul straight back. Strike 1. 2 outs. Cardinals scored 3 runs in the 4th, 3 in the 5th. The Yankees scored 3 here in this inning. Big blast by Mickey Mantle. Here's the pitch to Boyer. Swung on and fouled back again. 2 strikes. Gibson not letting up. Two strikes. Clete Boyer waves at bat. Tresh leads off first. White holding Tresh close at first base. Bob Gibson delivers. Misses outside, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. And boy, you could hear that ball popping at McCarver's glove. Gibson, who looks fast, sounds fast. Shakes off a couple signs. Ready now. Nope, wants a new one. Shakes off another one. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Boyer waits. The pitch. Swung on and fouled back. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Base runner at first, Tom Tresh. 3 runs in. 6-3's the score. St. Louis out in front. They play Boyer straight away. Flood directly in line with the bag in center field. Gibson ready now. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled back. Gibson and Boyer having quite a battle. Gibson, when he shakes off that many times, as he's been doing, trying to get Boyer maybe to thinking a little bit as to what he's going to throw him. A lot of times you'll put down a sign, he'll shake you around and come back to the original sign. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Clete Boyer waiting. Gibson ready. Checks the base runner Tresh. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed and struck him out. A fastball. The score is St. Louis 6 and New York 3. You know, it's been a long time since we've seen anything like the Cardinals' feet of foot on those bases and in the field. You know, it's a long time since we've seen a deal like the Gillette World Series Special. When you buy the Gillette adjustable razor set, which also contains a dispenser of stainless steel blades, you get new Gillette Sun-Up Aftershave free in a generous sample bottle. Splash on a dash, and you've put on a happy face. Smells better, feels better. Top off every Gillette shave with crisp, refreshing Sun-Up. And what smooth shaves they are with the Gillette adjustable. It's the razor with the micrometer dial. 9 blade settings. Select the one which matches your skin and beard exactly. And Gillette guarantees its incomparable stainless steel blade will give you the best first shave of your life and more superbly comfortable shaves per blade than with any other blade, or your money back from Gillette. There's the deal. Adjustable razor, Gillette stainless steel blades for $1.50 plus Sun-Up free. Bottom half of the 6th inning. That scoreboard man is really rooting. He's in the bottom of the 7th. I tell you, he's a little excited out there. It's been a long time since they've had a World Series here in St. Louis. And that scoreboard man, he's on fast time. Checked my scorecard and checked the scoreboard, but it's the bottom of the 6th. And here is Del Maxfield to lead it off. It's a strike. Sheldon against Maxfield. The pitch. Swings a foul tip. And a strike 2. As you look at the scoreboard, the Yankees have not scored in the 7th, and we're only playing the bottom of the 6th. Here's the 2-strike pitch. A fastball that gets him. Sheldon, with a good fastball, gets Maxfield, and Bob Gibson comes up. He'll get a nice hand. Gibson, flying to center field. He popped up. 1 out, nobody on. Rolling Sheldon, ready. Here's the pitch. High fly ball, left field. Tresh going over, Maris going over. Who's going to make the play? They almost collide, they do. And Tom Tresh takes the ball out of the glove as Gibson hit that ball right to the warning track. A high fly ball. Maris could have made the play. Tresh did make the play, and there are 2 outs. And Kurt Flood is the hitter. And Flood will take a lot of time to give Bob Gibson a chance to get back to that bench. A lot of things a leadoff man has to do, Phil. He has to take strikes. He has to kind of stall.
It is pretty tough, and sometimes those umpires don't like it too much, but you got to look out for your pitcher.
Flood has just reached home plate. St. Louis 6, New York 3, bottom of the 6th. Sheldon ready. Here's the pitch. Fastball, he takes a strike. You could almost bet he'd have to take at least 1 strike with Gibson hitting the first pitch. Sheldon ready. Swung on and tapped foul. Flood has a very quick bat. He waits until the last minute, and he flies into action right now. 2 strikes to count. St. Louis 6, New York 3, bottom of the 6th. Nobody on. Sheldon, the big right-hander, ready. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. They play Flood pretty much straight away. Sheldon ready. The pitch. Swung on, line drive foul. Out of play, down into the right field corner, right over the bullpen. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Frank Sikori, the whisk broom.
2 outs. Sheldon gets his sign from his catcher. Ready. Delivers. High. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Whenever you catch a foul tip, you're just lucky. There's no way in the world you can practice that play. It just happens to hit in your glove and sticks. Flood holds that bat long. Waits. 2-2 pitch now. Outside, and it's ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Real battle going on. This is it. The season is really opening today. Everything down to this 7th game. And right now, in the bottom of the 6th, St. Louis leading by 3, 6-3. Sheldon ready. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Curt Flood. Swung on, line drive, right field. Mickey Mantle digging. He is there, makes the play. Mantle, a nice play as Flood line hard to right. And the score is St. Louis 6 and New York 3. Hector Lopez will be the pinch hitter for Sheldon. Steve Hamilton, a left-hander, continues to throw hard in the bullpen. Lopez, a right-handed hitter. Top of the 7th inning, this is Joe Garagiola with Phil Rizzuto. 7th game of the World Series. Lopez, the pinch hitter. Strike 1. Lopez, been in 2 ball games. With the bat once, didn't get a hit. Hits a lot towards right center field and the right field line. The pitch by Gibson. Swung on. Strike 2. Cardinal outfielders give you the right field corner. They'll play from the 322 marker over towards the flagpole. 2 strikes to count. Gibson delivers. Bounces in front of the plate, and I mean he put some extra on that curveball. She came up there like a snake. Sikori wants to look at that ball. I don't blame him. It might explode right in his hand. Bob Gibson continuing to throw hard. Roger Craig warming up. 1-2 pitch. Outside. 2-2. Ray Sadecki joins Roger Craig down in the Cardinal bullpen. Both managers, they'll use everybody they can get in. 2-2 pitch. Lopez throws his bat, almost hits Gibson as he strikes out. Gibson, he had to jump to get out of the way as that bat went sailing out towards the mound. That's 6 strikeouts for Bob Gibson as Lopez goes down. Here is Phil Linz. Linz 1 for 3. Gibson delivers. Fly ball, right field. Mike Shannon near the line. Calling for the ball. Makes the play. And there are 2 outs. Two outs, nobody on. Bobby Richardson, the hitter. Richardson with 12 base hits. He beat out an infield hit. Came on around the score, along with Roger Maris, when Mickey Mantle hit his tremendous home run into the left center field bleachers. Gibson delivers. It's a strike. Boys, I don't know about that short rest or long rest. He is really pumping that ball.
Since Johnny Keane went out and talked to him, Joe, he's throwing even harder.
Swung on, base hit, center field, and Richardson has himself another base hit. Up with the ball is Flood. Richardson stops at first with a single. 13 base hits. 13 for 31. Here is Roger Maris. 6-3, that's the score. Top of the 7th. Jim Gleason calls time. They want to look at the ball.
No, Joe, what they want to do is give Richardson that ball, I believe. It's a new World Series record.
Oh?
I think.
Sikori's looking at it.
The Pepitone yelling there.
Yeah, that's what they want.
Boy, they want to give the ball to Richardson. That's what they want to do, because he just broke a World Series record that stood for a long, long time.
Well, Bobby Richardson has himself quite a souvenir. See, you're just used to records, Phil. I'm not. I mean, any time I asked for the ball, I had a tough time to get the umpire to look at it. That's what it was. Remember one time Ed Bailey stole second base. The ground crew gave him the bag. That's real devotion. Here's the pitch to Maris. Swung on, line drive, right field. Shannon over. He's there, makes the play. That ball was hit hard, but Shannon was there. As Maris lines hard to Shannon in right field. That ends the inning, and the score is St. Louis 6, New York 3.
To look and feel sharp, use the stainless blade that outsells all the others made. Get 12 blades while the price is low. It's a special from Gillette. Let's go.
Here's the deal. 2 dispensers of sensational Gillette stainless steel blades. 12 blades for only $1.50. You save 28 cents. If you haven't enjoyed the matchless comfort of this great blade, here's your chance to find out why the Gillette Stainless has become the #1 seller by far. You're guaranteed the easiest first shave, plus more superbly comfortable shaves every blade than with any other blade, or your money back from Gillette. So right now, save 28 cents on this 2 dispenser deal and enjoy real shaving luxury at a bargain.
Get 12 blades while the price is low. It's a special from Gillette. Let's go.
Here is a special report from NBC News. NBC's United Nations correspondent Pauline Frederick reports that the leading Swedish newspaper in Stockholm confirms the resignation of Premier Khrushchev. The newspaper, quoting its Moscow correspondent, reports that Communist Party theoretician Mikhail Suslov was behind the move to oust Khrushchev. NBC's Miss Frederick also reports that the Swedish correspondent says the ouster of Khrushchev was done more in sorrow because of his age than in anger. The Soviet government still has not confirmed Khrushchev's resignation. This has been a special report from NBC News. Stay tuned to your NBC stations for later developments.
The new Yankee pitcher will be Steve Hamilton, big, tall left-hander. Hamilton used mostly in relief all year by Yogi. And Lou Brock. Brock greeted Downing with a home run. The first pitch made by Downing in relief, and Brock hit the big shot off the roof in right field. That was back in the 5th inning. So now it's Hamilton, a left-hander, against Brock. Hamilton ready. Brock waits. The pitch. Shortens up as if the bunt takes it outside, and it's ball 1. Boyer in close. This Brock, tremendous speed and good power. Boy, you can't beat that combination. They play you in, you hit it hard, they play you back, you bunt. Here's the pitch. Holds up and it goes outside. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Bottom half of the 7th inning. St. Louis 6, New York 3. Boyer still in close at third base. 2 balls, no strikes. Hamilton waits. The pitch. Swings and misses, and a strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Brock taking a little bit of time. He's got a bad wrist. And he's just going to kind of wait a little bit before he gets back in there. Seems like that wrist may be giving him some trouble. Ready now. 2 balls, 1 strike. Sadecki continues to throw in the Cardinal bullpen. Mickelson throws in the Yankee bullpen. Brock still taking plenty of time. Backed in and out and back in now. Hamilton ready. Here's the pitch to Brock. Sidearm. It's a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. When that Hamilton comes sidearm, he is really tough on those left-hand hitters. Great big guy, 6'7". That arm looks like it's about 10 feet 8. Here he comes. 2-2 pitch, sidearm. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Boy, it's tough to hang in there when they sidearm you and exaggerate as much as Hamilton does. Here is Bill White. Bill is 2 for 3.
White double to center field and single to center field. 6-3. St. Louis leading bottom of the seventh. The pitch, White bunts, foul. It rolls over near the Yankee dugout in front of American League President Joe Cronin. That's about all he needs, huh, Phil, is a baseball?
Yeah, and the National League one at that.
One strike they count. Bill White waiting. Hamilton gets his sign. Here's the pitch. Curveball stays inside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Vern Benson coaching at third base. Joe Schultz coaching at first base. Hamilton, the 1-1 pitch, sidearm, swung on, popped up straight back. Elston Howard looking for it. It's near the screen. He does not have a play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bill White. 1 ball, 2 strikes they count. The score, St. Louis 6, New York 3, bottom of the 7th. Mickelson continues to throw in the Yankee bullpen. Here's the pitch by Hamilton. It's a strike call, and White is out on strikes. So Hamilton, the 2 left-hand hitters, 2 strikeouts as he really sidearms him. And here is Ken Boyer. Boyer singled in the 4th. He doubled in the 5th. He has scored 2 runs. Big, powerful right-hand hitter. This guy, the leader on this ball club. He wants to move the umpire at second base. Ken Burkhardt. Here's the pitch. It's low, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Burkhardt now moving towards left center. Hamilton delivers. It's a strike call over the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hamilton in and out. Nobody on, 2 outs, 6-3. St. Louis out in front, bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch. Curveball outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Play Boyer straight away. Maris in center field right in line with the bag. Hamilton shakes off his sign. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Ken Boyer. Swung on, deep in the left field. That ball is gone. Home run. And that Cardinal bench with the welcoming committee greeting Ken Boyer as he puts another run on that scoreboard for St. Louis. It's now a 7-3 score, bottom of the 7th inning. And here is Dick Grote. Hamilton got 2 outs by strikeouts, and Boyer, with a count of 2 balls and 1 strike, hit one into the left field bleachers. Grote takes it low, and it's ball 1. Looked like it was a low curveball that Boyer hit. He just reached out. It's 3:51 down the left field line. 2 outs, 1 run in, nobody on. Here's the pitch. Hot shot. Boyer, a nice play at third base. He's got it over to first in time. A one-handed grab. He took a base hit away from him. That ends the inning, and the score is St. Louis 7 and New York 3. Mickey Mantle, top half of the 8th inning. St. Louis Cardinals 7, New York Yankees 3. Bob Gibson. The pitch. Swung on. Missed strike 1. Might have foul tipped it. Sikori checks that baseball. Bob Gibson gets the sign from his young catcher, Tim McCarver. The pitch. Fastball. It misses. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. And Bill White says something to Bob Gibson to settle him down. And Bob Gibson fires that ball. The Cardinal bullpen gets up again. Sadecki and Craig. Here is the 1-1 pitch to Mantle. Swung on, high fly ball, center field. Kurt Flood has got the beat on it. Waiting, taps the glove. 1 out. This crowd with every pitch, with every out, building up to what they hope will be a Cardinal victory. The last World Championship Club, 1946. Right here in this ballpark, the Cardinals beat the Boston Red Sox. Elston Howard, the hitter. 1 out, nobody on. The pitch, outside, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Howard with 1 base hit, waits. The pitch. Swung on and fouled back. 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. St. Louis 7, the New York Yankees 3. Gibson delivers. Howard swings and fouls it off. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bob Gibson takes a look at his defense. They're shading Howard towards right center field, which is kind of a tip-off on the stuff that Gibson still has. There's a fastball swung on and missed. He struck him out. And this crowd roaring with every pitch, with every out. And that brings up Joe Pepitone. Bob Gibson has struck out 7 men. He leads by 4. Top of the 8th, St. Louis 7. New York 3. Pepitone waits, Gibson delivers. Swung on and missed, strike 1. Needless to say, you can almost tell the action by the crowd reaction. Bob Gibson getting the sign. A cool customer. He's ready, delivers. Foul back, strike 2. 2 strikes to count. Gibson quickly out in front of Joe Pepitone. McCarver indicating that there are 2 outs. Gibson way out in front of Joe Pepitone with a count of 2 strikes. Gibson ready. The pitch. Way outside. McCarver knocks that ball down. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pepitone waves that bat. Gibson ready. The 1-2 pitch. On the way. Swung on. Fly ball. Grote is going out. Maxwell is going out. Flood in center field is coming in. Maxwell and Flood, but Maxwell makes the play. At the very last minute, Maxwell makes the play to end the inning, and the score is St. Louis 7 and New York 3. The Cardinals have been in 4 previous 7-game series and won all 4 of them. You don't know yet if history will repeat today, but I do know this. If you take advantage of this Gillette World Series special, you'll get the easiest, quickest shaves in the world, and you'll save 28 cents in the deal. For just $1.50, you get 12 sensational Gillette stainless steel blades. Man, that's weeks and weeks of clean, close shaves. Unparalleled shaving luxury. Gillette guarantees the best first shave of your life, and more just like it per blade than with any other blade, or your money back from Gillette. Find out for yourself why it's America's #1 seller by far. Unmatched uniformity, blade after blade, dispenser after dispenser. 12 Gillette stainless steel blades for only $1.50. You save 28 cents. Don't let this Gillette World Series special get by. bottom half of the 8th inning. And I'm sure you can feel the electricity generating this ballpark. This crowd, they have waited since 1946, and they're ready to explode. McCarver, he walked, hit into a forced play, a sacrifice fly. Hamilton, the left-hander, delivers. McCarver swings and misses, and it's strike one as the big left-hander really sidearmed him. This Hamilton, tough on the left-hand hitter. Boy, when he comes sidearm, that front leg just starts talking like, let's get out of here. Here's the pitch, sidearm. This one's outside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Boyer wide of the bag at third base. Richardson at second base is back, so is Pepitone. Linz at shortstop shades towards the bag. St. Louis 7, New York 3. Bottom of the 8th. Curveball misses, and it's ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike. McCarver waiting. Hamilton ready. Here's the pitch. Sidearm. Ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. Hamilton missed that outside corner. McCarver checked with his coach, Vern Benson, ready now. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on, a bouncing ball. It is a foul ball on the first base line. Pepitone up with that ball. So the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes on the leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the 8th inning, Tim McCarver. St. Louis 7, New York 3. Down the bullpen, Pete Mickelson starts to throw once again. Hamilton ready. Here's the 3-2 pitch to McCarver. Swung on and fouled back. He just did get a piece of it as Hamilton had him fooled on a curveball. And McCarver just did tick it. Hamilton rubs up that baseball now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Big left-hander taking plenty of time. Ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on, a foul tip as he just did get it. Got Elston Howard on the arm. McCarver hanging tough, trying to hold in. Hamilton trying to make McCarver give ground. McCarver able to get a piece of it. Stays alive. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out. The pitch by Hamilton. Swung on and popped up. Straight back. Elston Howard coming back near the stands. Does he have room? He reaches over and can't hold on. Elston Howard, a great effort as he went into the equipment of a public address man here at the ballpark. Elston Howard, a great effort on a foul ball hit by McCarver. Guarantee you, Elston played that as well as you can play a ball. Chairs and scorecards went flying. So McCarver stays alive. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hamilton and McCarver in a real battle here. Bottom half of the 8th inning. Ready once again. The payoff pitch. Swung on, a bouncing ball. Pepitone to his right. Knocks the ball down. The throw is not in time. Pepitone, far to his right, knocks it down. Flip to Hamilton. Not in time, and McCarver has himself another base hit. McCarver is 11 for 22, an even 500. He walked in the second, sacrifice fly in the 5th, hit into a force play in the 4th. So he's officially 1 for 2, 11 for 22. Here is Mike Shannon. For 23, make it on McCarver. Inside. It's ball 1. McCarver leading off first. Hamilton at the belt. Shannon waits. The pitch. Swung on a bouncing ball to Boyer third. He fumbles the ball, and there's no play. Everybody is safe. Boyer fumbled the ball. It's an error on Clete Boyer. McCarver's at second. Shannon's at first, and Maxwell is the hitter. So with base runners at first and second, Maxwell up there. Boyer, of course, will be looking for a bunt. Pepitone is looking for a bunt. Boyer can't leave too soon. McCarver, a good runner at second. Hamilton at the belt. They're sneaking in. Maxwell's going to bunt. Bunts it down at third base line. A beauty. Boyer has to make his play to first base to Richardson. Advancing McCarver and Shannon. Hamilton broke off the mound towards the third base line, but Maxwell bunted the ball hard enough to get it by Hamilton. And the hand that you hear is for Bob Gibson, a standing ovation. Yogi Berra has come out of the Yankee dugout, and he's going to make a pitching change. He wants Pete Mickelson, the right-hander, the sinker ball right-hander, to come in to replace his left-hander, Steve Hamilton. A fine bunt by Maxwell has moved McCarver on over to third. Shannon on over to second. There's one out. And now Pete Mickelson is coming in. Second and third, one out. And Gibson, the hitter. In the bottom half of the eighth inning, St. Louis out in front by the score of 7-3. And Bob Gibson's the hitter. For this right-hander here, as this crowd appreciates him coming back with short rest. And he's gone 8 innings so far. Takes a look down at his third base coach, Vern Benson. There is one out. McCarver's the base runner at third, Shannon at second. The infield is drawn in tight. The Yankees cannot afford to give up any runs. Mickelson will pitch off the stretch to keep an eye on McCarver. Gibson can handle that bat. Mickelson at the belt. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit deep at foul. Man, he got around on a fastball. And he hit it on the roof, over everything, way out in front. Gibson trying to get at least a fly ball. Pulled one foul and strike one. Infield in. There's one out. 7-3. That's the score. St. Louis is out in front. Bottom of the eighth. Mickelson taking plenty of time. Ready. Delivers. Swung on and fouled out of play. Once again, it's strike two on Bob Gibson. Mickelson wants a new baseball. He can't afford the luxury of the fly ball. He's got to go for the strikeout. Two-strike count on Bob Gibson. One out. Base runners at second and third. Bottom of the eighth inning. The seventh game of the 1964 World Series. Gibson waving that bat. Mickelson gets his sign from Howard. McCarver leads off third. Shannon off second. Mickelson ready now at the belt. Checks the runners. The pitch to Gibson. Swung on a bouncing ball. Boyer third has it. They got McCarver hung up to Howard. Howard runs him back now. Flip. The ball gets away as it hits the runner. Now they got Shannon trapped. McCarver starts for the plate. It's Mickelson who's got McCarver trapped again. He runs him back, throws to the shortstop Linz, and they finally get him with Shannon going back into second base. Gibson into first base. The throw hit McCarver. It bounded away from Boyer, but Shannon was there. When he headed back for second base, they had Shannon caught between second and third. McCarver saw this. He headed back towards the plate, and Mickelson, very alertly backing off the play, was at home plate. They threw. They had McCarver caught and finally tagged him out at third base. Play went from Boyer to Howard, back to Boyer. Linz, Mickelson. And Lynn's at third base finally made the put out. So we got 2 outs. At second base, it's Shannon. At first base, it's Bob Gibson. The hitter is Kurt Flood. Line drive, right at Clete Boyer. Ball was well hit, but Boyer had him well played. That ends the inning. So the score is St. Louis 7 and New York 3. How many deodorants do you have cluttering up the family medicine chest? Did you know there is a personal deodorant that's perfect for the whole family? America's #1 deodorant, Gillette Right Guard Power Spray. It's the perfect personal deodorant because nothing touches you but the spray itself. Not a gummy roll-on, not a messy cream, but a refreshing mist that dries on contact. 2 seconds gives you 24-hour protection. Remember, because nothing touches you but the spray itself, Right Guard is the perfect personal deodorant for the whole family. And talk about incomparable products. How about that Gillette stainless steel blade? Gillette guarantees you the best first shave and more superbly comfortable shaves every blade than with any other, or your money back from Gillette. Discover the remarkable uniformity of Gillette stainless steel blades. You'll see why the Gillette stainless has become the #1 seller by far. Tom Tresh to lead it off. Top of the 9th inning. Bob Gibson has completed his warm-up tosses. Down in the bullpen, Sadecki and Craig start to loosen up. The pitch to Tresh is a strike call. 1 strike. Tresh batting left-handed against Gibson. Top of the 9th. St. Louis 7, New York 3. Gibson delivers. Foul tip, strike 2, and listen to this crowd. Busch Stadium in St. Louis. The top of the 9th inning. 7th game of the 1964 World Series. Bob Gibson taking plenty of time. A 2-strike count on Tom Tresh. Gibson ready. The pitch. Swung on a foul tip. He caught it and knocked the glove off McCarver, and he still held the ball. Bill, I've never seen that play before.
Well, that's true. He's pulled today, touching home plate for a forced play, and knocked the glove off and caught it barehanded.
McCarver's glove came off, and he still held the ball. So there is 1 out. Now it's Clete Boyer. 8 strikeouts for Gibson. This World Series has had everything. The pitch by Gibson. Outside. Ball 1. Been fine pitching. Fine fielding plays. Great clutch hitting. Great defensive plays all over. 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnny Blanchard is in the on-deck circle for New York. Gibson ready. The 1-1 pitch to Boyer. Swung on and missed, strike 2. This ballpark, needless to say, is bulging at the seams. Every strike, you can hear the roar. Bob Gibson getting a sign from his young catcher. The pitch. Low and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's a fastball. Hit the dirt and you can see the dust fly up. Gibson letting out. Sadecki and Craig warming up in the Cardinal bullpen. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gibson ready. The pitch. Fouled back. Count remains at 2-2. St. Louis 7, New York 3. Top of the 9th, 1 out. McCarver rubbing up that baseball. The baseball season down to 2 outs. Bob Gibson, a big, deep breath. Ready. The 2-2 pitch to Clete Boyer. Line drive down the left field line. It is curving foul. A foul ball by Boyer. That ball was hit right on the nose. Curved foul. And the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Bob Gibson shakes off a sign. Gets a new one. Ready now. Clete Boyer waits. The 2-2 pitch on the way. High and inside. Moves him back, and it's ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Johnny Blanchard swinging a couple bats in the on-deck circle. St. Louis 7. The New York Yankees 3. Bob Gibson. Ready. Here's the payoff pitch to Clete Boyer. Swung on. Fly ball deep to left field. Lou Brock is going back near the warning track. That ball is out of here. A home run for Clete Boyer as he hit a 3-2 fastball. So it's now a 7-4 ball game. Clete Boyer on a 3-2 fastball has just hit a home run into the left field bleachers. And now Johnny Blanchard will come up as a pinch hitter. Blanchard, the pinch hitter for Pete Mickelson. Blanchard, a left-handed pull hitter. That's the second home run for the Yankees. Mickey Mantle, a 3-run homer. Boyer has just hit one. Brock and Ken Boyer have hit home runs for St. Louis. 1 man out. 1 run is in. Here is the pitch by Gibson. Swung on and fouled back. Strike 1. 7-4, top of the 9th. St. Louis out in front. Gibson has gone all the way. Ready. Blanchard waits. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield deep, pulled around towards right. Infield is back. Maxwell just about on the edge of the grass. 1-1 pitch. Swung on. A foul tip and a strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's 1 out. 1 run is in. 7-4. St. Louis is out in front. Top of the 9th inning. 7th game. This is it. Gibson ready. The pitch. Curveball. Just did get a piece of it. Looked like Blanchard might have been fooled, but not enough that he couldn't get that bat out there and just get a piece of it. So he stays alive at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Time is called now as the left field umpire, Vinnie Smith, wants the spectators to stay in the bleachers in left field. Everything's set now, ready to go. Gibson delivers. Blanchard swings, misses, and there are 2 out. 9 strikeouts for Bob Gibson. Gibson in this series has now struck out 31 men. Here is Phil Linz. Fouls one right back here. And it's strike 1. There are 2 outs. St. Louis, 7. New York, 4. 2 outs, top of the 9th. Bob Gibson delivers. Linz swings. Fly ball deep to left field. Lou Brock over near the line. Back. That ball is a home run for Phil Linz as Vinnie Smith gives the sign. So Linz has hit a home run. And it's a 7-5 ball game. And it brings up Bobby Richardson. 2 home runs in this inning. Johnny Keane pacing in the dugout. You know what's running through his mind. He'd like to see his pitcher get a complete game, but how far can he go? Yankees battling back like they've been battling all year. The Cardinals battling to win this game like they've been battling all year. 2 evenly matched ball clubs. 2 runs are in. Bobby Richardson, the man who has really been getting the base hits in this series, 13 of them. Time is called now. Once again, the bleacher fans leaning over the wall. And the announcement is made that the game will be stopped until they get off the wall. Bobby Richardson up there with 2 outs. 7-5. He's got to get on to get the big bomber Maris up there to tie and run. Bob Gibson, ready, delivers. It's low, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Roger Maris kneeling on the on-deck circle with that big bat in his hand. Waiting to get up there is Richardson. Takes a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. This ballpark just bulging with every pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Richardson waits. Gibson delivers. Swung on, popped up. Maxwell at second base. Calling for it. Makes the catch. The Cardinals win it. And this ballpark, complete bedlam. The final score is St. Louis 7, New York 5. And in a moment, we will review the highlights of the game for you. Men, would you like the cleanest, quickest, easiest shaves in the world? It's really very simple. First, splash on lots of hot water. Really wet those whiskers. And then make them even wetter with moisture-rich Gillette Foamy, regular or menthol. Its tiny moisture bubbles supersaturate your beard. And Gillette Foamy is the only leading shave cream containing K34, hexachlorophene antiseptic. It cleanses your skin while you shave. And now for the easiest first shave of your life, slip an incomparable Gillette stainless steel blade in your Gillette adjustable razor and discover why this blade has become the #1 seller by far. Gillette guarantees you more superbly comfortable shaves every blade than with any other blade or your money back from Gillette. And every shave can have a perfect ending. Splash on a dash of refreshing Sun-Up aftershave. Smells better, feels better, manlier. Women like it too. And that's it for real shaving luxury. Foamy, Gillette stainless steel blades, and new Sun-Up aftershave. Where's the disclaimer? We'll go down to the Cardinal clubhouse in a few moments, but first let me say that this broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. And any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. Our producer for this World Series has been Ken McGregor. Our engineer in St. Louis, Howard Gunther. This ballpark, really bedlam. They've waited since 1946 to have a world champion, and now the Cardinals, with this victory in the 7th game, beat the Yankees 7-5. The final score here is Bob Gibson with short rest coming back to pitch a complete game. He battled to hold on. The Yankees battled back with 2 home runs. Bobby Richardson, the hot hitter up there. Roger Maris next, but a pop fly by Bobby Richardson, caught by Del Maxwell, brings the World Championship to Busch Stadium here in St. Louis. The crowd still on the field. This ballpark bulging. The excitement very wild here in St. Louis. A lot of heroes. Bobby Richardson with a new record. Bob Gibson with a new strikeout record. Home runs by Mickey Mantle, by both Boyer brothers. These ball clubs battling all the way, and the Cardinals the winner. And now let's go to wind up this 1964 World Series broadcast. Let's pick up Harry Carey and some of those victorious Cardinals. Harry, take it over.
And here's the young man who pitched this decisive victory. Bob Gibson. Congratulations, Robert.
Thank you, Harry.
I'll bet you won't go out dancing tonight, even though you do celebrate.
I don't think so. Not too much dancing.
Were you a little tired in the late innings?
I didn't get tired at all, Harry. I wanted to go as long as I could. For some reason, I didn't get tired.
Are you aware of the fact that you've struck out more men in the World Series now than ever before by anybody? 31?
No, I'm not, and that's not really important. The win is more important.
Boy, this is a gay and happy clubhouse right now.
It's happy for me, too, Harry.
Congratulations on a great performance.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, too, Bob. It was the most marvelous performance I've ever seen.
Thank you, Mr. Bush.
Thank you, pal.
There's the owner of the St. Louis Cardinals, Gussie Busch.
No, I'm not the owner of Anheuser-Busch Incorporated. It's the owner. I'm the president, and I'm the happiest guy in the world today.
Did you have any idea when you first got into baseball that it could bring you these kind of thrills?
I should say I did not. Today is the greatest one I ever had in my life.
Having attained your goal of a world championship, will your interest in baseball lessen any?
Never. It'll even grow more all the time.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Gussie Bush. Here is the very happy president of the National League.
Great. We're so proud of the Cardinals representing us in this series. They did a tremendous job. They won the pennant the hard way, and they did a tremendous job in the series. We're just as proud as we can be of them as them in the National League.
Mr. Giles, two world championships in a row.
Oh, it's great. We'll win 2 or 3 more in a row, too.
Congratulations, sir, on a great World Series.
That was wonderful.
Warren Giles, president of the National League.
It was wonderful.
Here we go. Tim McCarver. Tim, get up there. Here's a young man who batted .500 during the World Series, a fine young catcher of the St. Louis Cardinals, Tim McCarver. Tim, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Harry, it's a great. I thought the pennant was great, but this is by far the greatest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. And Bob Gibson, you talk about a pro, I'll say the same thing about him that I did after we won the pennant, that guy really gives you 170%.
Could you tell any difference in his stuff at the end than at the beginning?
No, Harry, they were just, those guys were hitting good pitches. You can't walk a guy in that situation, and like we told Bob, that Bob, you got to make him hit the home run in that situation instead of walking them and then have the big bomb, and well, they did hit 2 home runs, but how'd they come out?
That's right. Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you, Harry.
They're dancing in the street in Memphis, Timmy. Hey, Captain Kenny Boyer, the star third baseman, congratulations.
Thank you, Harry. It's all ours now, man.
Hey, you hit 2 home runs, one of them a grand slammer, another one here today. What gave you the biggest thrill?
Well, I can never recapture a week ago Sunday, Harry, when we won the pennant and put us into this, but naturally a grand slam home run's a big one today. It turned out to be a big one because they come up with a couple of home runs tonight. But they're all big thrills. To win the thing is the greatest thing in the world, and especially for the city because of our bicentennial and all, and we're just real happy about it.
Kenny, did I see your brother Cleet sort of pat you on the back as you rounded the bases on your home run?
Well, he was a little looser today because, as I said, we already had a three-run lead. So he was a little loose, and he said congratulations or something to that effect. And I know that we're all happy this thing's over with. Everybody is physically and mentally exhausted because of the pennant pressure and the series coming down to the 7th game. So everybody deserves a vacation, and we're all looking forward to a winter of rest.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again to you. Kenny Boy. Lou Brock. Lou, step up here. Here's the fine shortstop of the St. Louis Cardinals. This is the second time around on the World Championship team for you, Dick.
Yeah, and they were carbon copies here, and I couldn't be happier. This is the greatest ball club I ever played with, and that's saying a lot because I think that Pittsburgh club in '60 was great, but this club kept battling back all year long. We came from way behind all the way to win it, and I couldn't be happier or prouder of this whole group than I am right now.
Dick, you're the first one who sat all the way through this that it reminded you of the 1960 World Series when you were a member of the Pirates against the Yankees, a series which also went 7 games.
Very well. We were down 2-1 in Yankee Stadium. Mr. Giles even mentioned to me before the 4th ball game in Yankee Stadium, "You've been in this position before," and I said, "Yes, sir, and this club will bounce just like the Pirates did."
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
The Commissioner of Baseball, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frick, come up here, would you? Oh, please, sir, come on. Come on down here. You've had such a great World Series. The Commissioner of Baseball, Mr. Ford Frick, you couldn't paint a picture of a more exciting series, sir.
Harry, they're all exciting. I'm just telling Mr. Bush that this is my 42nd series. And by George, you'd think sometime you get a little fed up with them. With him, each one is as exciting as the last.
Isn't it a shame you can't root for once in your life?
Well, that's right, but you still can reach down in your heart.
A great thing, and to keep sustained interest in baseball from early April to mid-October is a great tribute to the fascination this game has on our people, sir.
Oh, there's no question about that.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Congratulations. Ford Frick, the Commissioner of Baseball. Here is left fielder Lou Brock, whose tremendous performance enabled the Cardinals to win the pennant and really bang his way in the World Series. Congratulations, Lou.
Thank you, Harry.
Do you have any idea when you remember the Cubs early this season that this would happen to you?
Oh, well, being a ball player, we always think that you have a chance to win the pennant, but this is something unexpected, and as I was traded to this ball club, they started to move. I feel real great, real proud of myself.
Congratulations to you, Lou Brock. Where's Johnny Keene? Johnny Keene. Where's Johnny Keene? Hey, Mike Shannon, come on up here quickly, please.
Mike Shannon, another youngster, only 25 years old, who distinguished himself in the World Series. Mike, you might have made the defensive play today that turned the tide in this ball game on that fine catch of Linz's looper that you turned into a double play.
Well, it took us out of it. It looked like it would be a big inning there, for them, because they had men first and second there, and the big guys were coming up next there. Richardson been hitting, and Maris and Mano, and the ball hung up. It was tough to see when the ball was up there. Line drive that Maris hit out there, I had trouble seeing that. But the ball did hang up. The ball was carrying real well, and the ball stayed up, so I was able to. I kept running after it. Sometimes I saw it, and sometimes I didn't. But I knew it was up there someplace and hanging, so I just gave it all I could, and I caught it.
A wonderful World Series for you, Mike Shannon. Well, you can see, I wish we could get Johnny Keene, but he's way back there surrounded by writers and radio and television men. This is the scene here in the Cardinal clubhouse. This is Harry Carey. Thanks very much. I hope you fans have enjoyed hearing from these very happy world champions of 1964, the St. Louis Cardinals.